2 times, and then I just felt a jab in my side, and I look down, and I see the defendant with his right hand clenched up in a ball like this, and he's just poking at my side.
Did you see any weapon on him?
No, I didn't see a weapon or anything. I just seen his fist and just going like this repeatedly over and over again, and just right there on my side.
And when that happened, after that happened, what did you do?
I just like some instinct in me just was like, get off, get away, like just like that. I don't know how to explain it.
And at some point in time, did you lose sight of the defendant?
Yes.
Did you see where he went?
No.
And did you see the defendant after that, before the fight ended? Did you see him after the fight ended?
No.
At some point in time, do you recall watching the fight with this, Mr. De Silva?
Yes.
And when you were watching that fight with Mr. De Silva, when did it become apparent to you that you were injured?
Like when I heard somebody scream out, "He's got a knife! He's got a knife!"
So when you heard that,
Yeah.
what triggered in your head?
I was just like, he's like, I just heard that, and I was like, he's got a knife. Like, who's hurt? Like, is everybody okay? I didn't even realize I was hurt or anything. And then my buddy Ty Wood came up to me and was like, are you okay? Like, you're bleeding. And he pointed down at my side, and I had bled through all my clothing.
And when you realized that you were bleeding, what did you do?
I like lifted up my shirt, and I wanted to see like what was wrong with me. I didn't know what had happened. I didn't know how many times I had been stabbed or anything like that. And like right at the same time I'm realizing I had gotten stabbed, I hear all the bubbles and like my lung collapsing basically, and like like bubbles in my chest. It was a really weird sound. I don't know how to describe it. I never want to hear that sound ever again. It kind of like it like haunts me in a way, but yeah, I just got super scared, and I didn't know what was gonna happen.
Were you able to breathe?
Barely.
And when you realized that you were injured, what did you do next?
I went inside, and I just wanted to sit down and get a glass of water. That's all I could think of was sit down, get a glass of water.
And did somebody bring you a glass of water?
Yes.
And do you recall who that was? Why don't you recall it?
I just was in such like a fog of like mentally. All I could think of was just like one breath at a time, pretty much.
At some point in time, did somebody come in the house to get you and bring you
Yeah.
outside?
Yeah.
Do you recall who that was?
No,
And at some point in time, did you exit the house?
Yeah.
Why did you exit the house?
because the ambulances were arriving.
And when the ambulances arrived, did somebody render aid to you?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did they do for you when you were on scene?
They just were asking me my injuries and what was wrong, and I just had to explain to the best I could what I felt.
And were you taken to the hospital?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you, we started doing this yesterday, so State's Exhibit 61. Remember seeing this picture yesterday?
Yeah.
This individual here on the left, you know who that is?
Yeah.
Who is that?
Ricky Fiola.
He's got the white shirt and the pink shorts on the left side of 61 there. Exhibit 62, do you know who this individual is?
That's the defendant.
Exhibit 63, I'm going to point this kid here to the left. He appears to be a green sweatshirt, black shorts with white trim. Who's that?
That's me.
This kid here with the white shirt and the black shorts next to you. Who's
Sal Perry.
the kid next to him with jeans on with the no shirt on? Do you know who that is?
Alex.
Alex Bernstein.
Yeah.
This guy here with the jeans on, the black shirt and the red hat. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, Michael Samperi.
And this guy here on his knees with what appears to be a shirt pulled up with jeans on. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, Jack De Silva.
Who's that?
Tyler De Silva, I mean.
64. This guy right here to the right with the white shirt, black shorts on. Do you know who that is?
That's Charlie
Charlie who?
Connery.
Again, 65. Charlie Connery.
Yeah.
66. This guy right here with the white shirt, what appears to be tan shorts, next to you.
Yeah.
Do you know who that is?
That's Jake Villalobos, right?
And this guy right here with the shirt off, with the camouflage pants on, with the shirt hanging out the back, do you know who that is?
Yeah, that's Matt Lokovich.
And this individual right here with the navy blue shirt, white pants, do you know who that is?
That's Jimmy McGrath.
67, this individual who appears to be pushing somebody to the right of the picture, do you know who that is?
Jake Villalobos.
And this individual here with the navy blue shirt, white pants.
Jimmy McGrath.
Exhibit 68, this individual with the jeans, appears to be a shirt still pulled up, with their back to us, do you know who that is?
Tyler De Silva.
And this individual to his left, do you know who that is?
That's the defendant.
Finally, state 69, this individual appears to be near the curb in the street with the light blue jersey on, do you know who that is?
That's De Silva.
And this person here with the navy blue shirt on and white pants,
That's Jimmy.
that's Jimmy McGrath.
Yep.
Now, at some point in time, when paramedics came and rendered aid to you, do you recall whether or not you took your shirt off at the scene?
I think I did take my shirt off. I think I was using it to, like, cover up my stab wound.
I'll show you State's Exhibits 25, which is marked as a full exhibit. These items that you were wearing the night of May 14th of 2022,
Yes.
appears to, the black shirt, does that appear to be inside out?
Yeah.
State's Exhibit 26, is that the same shirt but right side in?
Yep.
And obviously the green sweatshirt, is that yours?
Yeah. I don't know whose shoes those are.
Those are not your shoes.
Those are not my shoes.
Exhibit 27, closer up picture of the shirt that you were wearing that night.
Mhm.
I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Ryan, you see this defect in the shirt here?
Yeah.
Is that about where your upper stab wound was?
Yes.
And is obviously, is this the front of the t-shirt?
Yes.
And you see this defect here?
Yes, I do.
Is that right about where you received your first stab wound?
Yes.
Your upper chest?
Yep.
Exhibit 28. Closer up version of the t-shirt. Again, is this the defect in the shirt? Is this where one of the stab wounds was?
Yes.
Exhibit 29. Is this your sweatshirt with the defect in it from the stab wound?
Yes, it is.
Approach the clicker.
Certainly.
May approach the witness, Your Honor.
Of course. Thank you.
Ryan, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 83 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 83?
Yep.
And what is 83?
Me in the hospital.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you looked like in the hospital the day after the incident?
Yes.
Showing you it's marked as State's Exhibit 84 for identification. Do you recognize State's 84?
Yes.
And what is State's 84?
Me with a wound to my head.
And does this accurately reflect the wound to your head on May 15th of 2022?
Yes, it does.
Start showing you State's 85. Do you recognize State's 85?
Yes.
And what is State's 85?
The tube that had to be put in my chest.
And does this accurately reflect what the tube looked like in your chest on May 15th of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you State's 86. Do you recognize 86?
Yes.
And what is State's 86?
The tube that was coming out of my chest, and then that's where I got stabbed.
And does this picture accurately reflect the upper wound area but covered on May 15th of 2022?
Yeah.
Showing you State's 87 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 87?
Yes.
And what is State's 87?
My stab wound to my upper chest.
And does this picture accurately reflect what the wound looked like maybe a day or two after the incident, uncovered by any gauze?
Yes.
Showing you states 88 for identification purposes. Do you recognize states 88?
Yes, I do.
And what is states 88?
They are my stab wounds that I got to my lower hip.
And does this accurately reflect what they look like covered in the hospital the day after the incident?
Yes, it does.
Showing you states 89 for identification purposes. Do you recognize states 89?
Yes, I do.
And what is states 89?
My stab wound to my side.
And does this picture accurately reflect what your wound looked like a few days after the incident?
Yes.
Showing you states 90 for identification purposes. Do you recognize states 90?
Yes.
And what is states 90?
My other stab wound to my leg.
And does this picture accurately reflect what the area looked like covered and tended to in the hospital a day after the incident?
Yes, it does.
Showing you states 91 for identification purposes. Do you recognize states 81?
Yes, I do.
And what is states 81?
My stab to my lower, like, thigh.
Sorry,
Butt cheek.
Counsel 91?
91.
That's okay, thank you.
And does this accurately reflect what the wound looked like a day or two after the incident?
Yes.
Uncovered?
Yep.
And finally, showing you states 92 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 92?
Yes, I do.
And what is 92?
That's about me 2 weeks after.
And does this accurately reflect what your wounds looked like a week or two after?
Yes, it
Now,
does.
is this picture taken reflecting in a mirror?
No.
Looks like it's the right side, but right?
Yeah.
Left side?
Yeah.
This is right. So was this taken in a mirror?
Yes.
Okay. Does this accurately reflect what you looked like when you were taking this picture of your wounds in a mirror?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I would offer these as full exhibits at this time.
Turns
No
out-
objection. Your Honor.
All right, with no objection, the court will go ahead and accept into evidence as full exhibit states 83 through 92. Thank you.
Brian, I'm going to show you states 83. That's now been marked as a full exhibit. Again, what is states 83?
Me in the hospital.
Now, these injuries to you, point out, you have, looks like appears you have injuries to your nose, your face area, in your head. Were those injuries caused during the fight at 43 Laurel Glen?
No, those were at Lazy Brook.
So when you got into the initial fight at Lazy Brook with the defendant and his friends, that's when that happened?
Yeah.
States 84. This injury here to the top of your head, which looks like the left side of your head.
Mhm.
Do you know when that injury occurred?
That's from Lazy Brook as well.
That's also from Lazy Brook, okay. States 85. Can you tell us where States 85 was from?
That's the tube that had to be put in my chest
Do you know why the tube had to be put in your chest at the hospital?
to reinflate my lung.
States 86. What are we looking at in States 86?
So the gauze is where I was stabbed, and then that is part of the tube that was also coming out of my chest.
Okay. And this, obviously, this is the left side of your chest?
Yes, sir.
And that is where you got your injuries?
Yeah, on my left side.
States 87. Can you tell us what States 87 is?
That would be my stab wound to my upper chest.
And this is the stab wound that caused the collapsed lung?
Yes, it is.
States 88. Can you tell us what we're looking at in States 88?
That is my stab wound to my hip.
You're around here,
Yeah.
right? And this is the tube?
Yeah, that's the same tube.
Okay. States 89. Is this the same wound but uncovered?
Yes.
This is what, a few days after?
Yeah.
state's 90. What are we looking at here? This is what?
That would be my stab wound to like my lower butt cheek, pretty much.
So like the hip area?
Yeah,
And again, this tube that's running down, where's that coming from?
that's the same tube that was in my chest.
91. Is this the same wound you just mentioned, but uncovered?
Yes, it is.
Showing you states 92. So it appears to be the right side of your body, but are these injuries on the right side of your body?
No, they're on my left side.
So is this picture being taken in a mirror?
Yes.
Okay, so this would be your upper left chest area where the first stab wound was.
Mhm.
Second stab wound to your lower abdomen area.
Yep.
And then your third stab wound would be on your left side of your hip.
Yes.
And when were these pictures taken, do you know?
A couple weeks after.
Now, after you were at the hospital, well, how long did you stay in the hospital for? Do you remember?
I was there for 2 nights and 3 days.
And do you recall what you were diagnosed with?
A collapsed lung. I believe I had a fracture in my nose, and some head trauma, and I don't remember everything else.
And what was the treatment that, aside from getting to the hospital and initially getting diagnosed, what treatment did you have to go through?
Well, I couldn't get stitches because they didn't want my wounds to get infected, so it was really cleaning them out multiple times a day, keeping fresh gauze on them at all times, and just a lot of rest.
And what has your recovery been like?
Physically, they healed up, but mentally, I've never been the same person.
What was that?
I can't stop thinking about that night. Like, every single day, multiple times a day, I just think about that night and things that I could have done different, things that anybody could have done different, and I just didn't think things like this happen in the world. I don't know. I didn't know there was people like that out there that really wanted to cause harm.
When you were at Laurel Glen that night and those individuals walked on the front lawn and the fight started, did you anticipate the fight being a fist fight?
Yes.
Did you anticipate there ever being any weapons used?
No.
Did you have any weapons at Lazy Brook that night with
No.
you? Did you have any weapons with you at Laurel Glen that night?
No.
Did Ty Wood have any weapons on him?
No.
Did anybody near you, did you recall anybody near you when you were face to face with the defendant having any weapons?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Attorney Smith.
Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Hines.
Where we going?
We have never met before, never talked about this case before. Let me go over with you some of your testimony that you've given here. You told us yesterday you thought you'd met with the state's attorney 3 or 4 times prior to this
Yep.
to discuss your testimony here.
Yes.
You recall that?
Mr. Hines, I am going to ask you just to please keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And when you're answering, you just have to say either yes or no. The court reporter can't get a on the record, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's review that evening. You told us that Griffin Marcinzik was a really good friend of yours since childhood, basically, right?
No. I moved to Shelton in the winter of when I was in 8th grade. So right about when COVID started, I moved to Shelton, but Griffin was one of the first kids I met, and I became very good
Okay.
friends with him.
Okay, so good friends since you moved to Shelton.
Yes.
And you say that was in the 8th grade? And at this time, May 14th, 2022, you told us that you were ending your sophomore year, so you would have been a rising junior.
Yes.
And you went over to a friend's house. Was that Natalia Ridzik's house?
Yes.
And you hung out there at Natalia's, right?
Yep.
You told us that you were doing some drinking there while you were hanging out.
Yes.
And that was, you had no more than 2 beers, right?
No more than 2 beers.
How do you know no more than 2?
Because I know it was no more than 2 beers.
What makes you so certain about that, no more than 2?
Because it was only 2 beers.
And that was only in 30 to 40 minutes of being there that you had those 2 beers?
Yes.
Power drinking that night?
I'm sorry?
Was that power drinking? Is that
I'm
fast
not
for you, or
sure
was that a
what-
fairly regular speed to have 2 beers in a 30 to 40 minute period?
That's pretty normal.
And then you told us that you got invited over to Austin Leifer's house, right?
Yes.
How did you know Austin?
I met him in 8th grade when I moved to Shelton.
Also when you moved to Shelton.
Yes.
Did Austin go to Shelton High School?
No, he didn't.
Was Austin on the basketball group text chat?
I don't recall.
And Tanner Chernowski drove you to Austin's house, right?
Yes.
How did Tanner Chernowski know to take you to Austin Leifer's house?
Me and Griffin asked him.
And who is Tanner Chernowski to you?
Another guy that I met when I first moved to Shelton and became a really good friend of mine. He happens to live not too far from me and hang out.
Did you play football with Tanner?
No.
You played football with Griffin?
Yes.
Did you play any sports with Tanner?
No.
He was a couple years older than you.
Yes.
Did Tanner Chernowski provide you with any of those beers that evening?
No.
And you said that he drove you over to 5 Lazy Brook, and that was somewhere between 7 or 8 o'clock, right?
Yes.
And that you got there to the house while it was still daylight, but by the time you left, you would agree it was no longer daylight, right?
It was like the evening time, yes.
Because we've seen the video of the fight outside of 5 Lazy Brook, and it appears to be pretty dark then. Are you saying that at that point there was still some daylight?
Yes, there was still some daylight.
And when you showed up, you heard music and noise, and you thought that was a party, so you walked into the garage, right?
Yes.
And at that point, you still only had the 2 beers?
Yes.
But you didn't make it into the house, is that fair to say?
Yes.
You just got into the garage?
Yeah.
And how many people were in the garage when you got in there?
I don't think anybody was in there.
Nobody in the garage?
No.
So as you're going from the garage to the door into the interior of the house, you see some people coming out of the house, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you came to learn that the party was being shut down or something of that nature, right?
Not really that. I just found out after the fact that the people that were coming out that I saw were happening to be getting kicked out at the time.
Okay. This wasn't your party, right?
No.
And so you saw some people coming out of the house, but you don't know why they were coming out of the house.
No.
In fact, some people thought you hadn't been invited to the party, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, you were confronted by some folks who said they didn't know what you were doing there, right?
Yeah, but the homeowner invited me and Griffin.
Well, not the homeowner, right? Austin doesn't own
Homeowner's
the
son.
home, does he, right? And in fact, Madigan was having the party, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, did you see a number of girls there that evening?
Yes.
You caught a ride with some of those girls at the end of the evening?
Yeah.
Did you know that they were all members of the lacrosse team from that school?
No.
Okay. And you never saw Austin that night, right?
No.
Because he was outside throwing up and ill from drinking, right?
Objection,
I
how
heard.
would he know?
Sustained. So hold on a minute, Attorney Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury court's going to strike the the witness's response to that particular question, and I'm going to ask you to not consider the question, and you'll learn that questions are not evidence, okay? So the stricken response, not evidence, not to be considered. You'll hear more about stricken evidence at the end of the evidence, and the question obviously is not to be considered evidence either. Thank you.
You didn't see Austin that night, right?
No.
And these 3 folks that come out the door, you say that they confronted you about coming there, prevented you from going inside, right?
Yes.
And ultimately, you claim that they didn't care about that, right?
What do you mean?
Well, you said they didn't care that you told them that you had been invited there.
Yes.
And Mr. Valle, you told us, didn't say anything to you, right?
No, he was speaking to Griffin.
It was Mr. Snyder who was having this interaction with you, right?
Yes.
And you saw him on that photo and identified him as wearing that red hoodie that evening, correct? And in fact, you say that Mr. Snyder asked you for a beer and you told him, yeah, sure, right?
Mm-hmm.
You gave him a beer.
Yes.
And you said that Mr. Valle asked you if he could have a beer, and you said, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And you gave him a beer, right?
Just trying to be a peacemaker.
Okay. You gave both of them a beer that night, correct?
Yes.
Griffin Marcinzik was right there when that happened?
Yes.
Were you blocking his view so that he couldn't see you give the beers to these two people?
Griffin?
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Do you recall where Griffin was?
I believe he was right next to me.
And that wasn't enough for Mr. Snyder, right? He
No.
decided he was going to grab those beers from you.
Yes.
Mr. Valle didn't grab the beers from you.
No.
Mr. De Silva, did you see him?
Yes.
He didn't say anything to you.
No.
He didn't grab the beers from you.
No.
Ultimately, Snyder grabs the beers from you. You said you were trying to be cool and make some friends.
Yes.
And at that point, you got upset with Snyder, right?
Yes.
He said you weren't going to stand for this, right?
Yes.
You were upset at that point, right?
I was. I wasn't gonna get pushed out and bullied.
Sure. You said, I'll fight you right now for this beer, right?
Yes, I did.
And you put your hands up to fight.
Yes.
And y'all make it out into the driveway from the garage, right?
Mhm.
And we saw the video there.
Yes.
And in that video, we see you and Mr. Snyder squared up, right?
Yes.
And you're circling a little bit for position, right? It's a fight going on,
Yeah.
right? You're not just standing there toe to toe like we see some old school bare knuckles boxers, right? You're moving around. You're circling.
A little bit. Yes.
You bump into Mr. Valle?
No.
No, you
No.
don't bump into Mr. Valle.
No, I do not bump into Mr. Valle.
Okay. Where was Mr. Valle?
He was hiding behind me.
Hiding behind you?
You could say that. Yes.
Hiding behind what?
Me. Just he was behind me. I didn't
He
know
was
he
just
was there.
behind you,
Yeah,
right? He
was-
wasn't hiding.
Sure.
You were aware he was there.
No.
You knew there was a circle of people around you watching, correct?
Yes.
And you were circling for position.
No.
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 You were just going to stand still and let Mr. Snyder come towards you.
I wouldn't really say it was circling, but it was more of just like a little like get a better position. You could say that. Yeah.
Right. You're not just going to stand still and let somebody who you've just challenged to a fight just come at you and start throwing blows, right?
Well, in all honesty, that was my first fight ever that night. I never had been in a fight before that, so I very well could have been standing right there. I don't have a fighting background.
Okay. But you saw the video.
Yes,
You'd agree you were moving,
a little bit, yes.
right? You weren't just standing there. And you told us that Mr. Valle comes out and he sucker punches you, right?
Yes.
He didn't tackle you.
No,
He didn't throw any more blows than that, correct?
not that I'm aware of, no.
In fact, he moves away from you and gives more space after this interaction, right?
What interaction?
The interaction where you say he sucker punched you.
Yeah.
At that point, you come forward and you tackle Mr. Snyder, right?
Yes.
Get him down on the ground, right?
Mhm.
You go off the screen, right? We can't see the rest of that as you guys are sort of behind a minivan. And at that point, people come in and they're trying to break it up, right?
No, not really.
No?
No.
Well, did you see Emily Robinson in that video coming in?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. Did you see any of the girls that were there coming in?
No.
Did you hear any of them?
No.
Fair to say your attention was focused on Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Valle, he had this helmet on, correct?
Yes.
And he had that helmet on the whole time, right?
No.
No, you believe he took that helmet off?
He did take that helmet off.
You believe he took that helmet off?
I see it in the video, yes.
In the video, you see him take the helmet off?
Yes.
And what does he do with it?
He smashes me in the back of the head with it.
And then what does he do with it?
Hits me again in the back of the head with it.
And then what does he do with it?
Not sure.
Does he put it back on?
I don't know.
So it's your testimony, sir, that he takes the helmet off of his head,
Mhm.
swings it at you, and hits you with it twice.
Yes.
And then you're not sure if he puts it back on or not.
No, the video is over.
And ultimately, somebody pulls you by the neck up off the ground, you said?
Yes.
Okay, so you would agree somebody was trying to break this thing up?
Yes.
Do you know who it was that pulled you off? And at that point, you said, Mama Lifer gave you your beer back,
Yes.
and you guys took off, right?
Yep.
you and Griffin went down to the end of the driveway, and you got a ride from the girls that we saw in the photograph later,
Yes.
right? And it appeared that a number of the folks in there, including yourself, were holding blue cans of Bud Light. Do you
Yes.
recall that?
Yes.
Would you agree that you were holding a blue can of Bud Light?
I believe I had the box in my hand.
Okay. A number of the girls were holding what appeared to be blue cans of Bud Light. Correct?
Yeah.
So y'all were drinking in the car on the way back to where you went, which was back to Ms. Ritzik's house?
I don't recall if I was.
Okay. There was drinking going on in the car?
I'm sure.
You
Yes.
concede that at least?
I don't know.
Well, you gave them those Bud Lights, right?
I don't recall.
In any event, you got back to Natalia's house.
Yes.
They dropped you off there.
Yes.
You do recall that?
Them dropping us off there?
Yes.
Yes.
And you were there for about 10 minutes before you got picked up by Charlie Connery, right?
Yes.
How did Charlie Connery know to come and pick you up from Natalia Ritzik's
I
house?
don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Well, you told us that about a week earlier you'd been added to the basketball group chat, right?
Yes.
And that basketball group chat, that included Griffin Marsenzik, right?
Yes.
Did that include Tanner Chernowski?
I don't know.
Did it include Sal Perry?
I don't know.
Michael Samperi?
I don't know.
Did it include Alex Bernston?
I don't know.
Did it include Tanner Chernowski?
I don't know.
You don't know anybody that was included on this group chat that you got added to?
I didn't know anybody in that group chat other than a few of my Shelton friends.
Oh, okay. Well, which of your Shelton friends did you know in that group
Just
chat?
ones that weren't involved in anything.
Like who?
Like Michael Kinnick, for example.
Okay. That's the only one of your friends that you knew that was in that?
Yeah.
How many people were on that group chat?
I don't know.
10?
I don't know.
15?
Don't know.
20?
Objection asked and answered. He doesn't know.
Don't know.
Sustained, sustained.
You have no idea how many people were on that basketball group chat.
No.
Objection.
That you
Sustained,
told us
sustained.
was about a lot of shit talking, right?
Yeah.
But you don't know anybody that was on it.
No.
Sustained.
And somehow, Charlie Connery knew to come pick you up at Natalia Ridzik's and take you over to Tyler Rich's house, right?
Yep.
Had you had plans that night to go to Tyler Rich's house already?
No.
And along the way, you told Charlie Connery about what had happened at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
You already had known.
How did he already know?
I don't know.
Objection. How would he know? Speculation.
Sustained. Again. All right, so Mr. Hines, I'm going to ask you to just pause in between the questions so counsel can go forward with his objection. So once he objects, please refrain from providing an answer, okay? Thank you so much.
Sorry.
And again, direction to the jury, the last response should be stricken from evidence. Thank you.
You say he already knew when he came to pick you up about the fight at 5 Lazy Brook.
Yes.
How did you know that he already knew?
Because he asked me about it.
He asked you about the fight at
Yes.
5 Lazy Brook.
Mhm.
Okay. And based upon that question, you determined he already knew about it.
Yes.
Okay. And how long did it take you to get over to Tyler Rich's house?
Another 10 minutes?
Any drinking along the way?
Not that I recall, no.
And you told us yesterday that you weren't involved on that group chat, right?
No.
But then you told us today that in fact, maybe you had sent a message, just one message, right?
Yes.
What was that message?
Saying that they were pussies for jumping me at the Lifer household.
And to come to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
No.
You didn't send out the address,
No.
but somebody did, didn't they?
I believe so, yes.
On that group chat, right?
I would assume so, yes.
Well, you wouldn't assume so. You told us you were aware of that group chat. It was going off and it was buzzing in your pocket when you told us yesterday, right?
Yes.
And you would look at it from time to time and just say, oh, that's nothing. I'm not worried about that, right?
Yeah.
Except today you told us, in fact, no, you had been involved. You would agree that's different than just looking at it and ignoring it, right?
This is before, like, I was at the Rich's house. I was not sending any text. This was all, like, before I even got picked up by Charlie.
Do you recall speaking to officers on May 15th at about noon when you were at St. Vincent's Hospital?
Slightly.
Officers Millington and Nugent came in and they talked to you while you were there, right?
Yes.
And you told them that your friends and you had reached out to the kids who jumped you and told them to come to Tyler Rich's house at 43 Laurel Glen Drive now that you had your friends with you, right?
I don't recall that, no.
You don't recall that.
No.
Do you generally, in your everyday speaking, say that you don't recall something?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Do you recall speaking to detectives on June 9th around 3:30 with your parents at your home, Detectives Iannati and Bango?
Somewhat, yes.
Do you recall telling them that someone from the Shelton High School group texted the St. Joe's kids and challenged them to show up at 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
I do recall that, yes.
You do recall that.
Yes.
So again, it's not that you were just feeling your phone buzz and thinking, gosh, I don't want to pay attention to this. I don't have any idea what's going on. You were aware of what was happening, right?
No.
Well, how were you not aware of what was happening?
Because I wasn't reading the text messages. I just saw the notifications.
But you texted on that same group chat, right?
Hours previously.
Hours previously.
Yeah.
Hours previously, you told these kids that they were pussies, correct?
Yes.
On this group chat,
Yes.
correct? What time was that?
Around like 8 or 9 o'clock.
So at least around 8 or 9 o'clock, you knew that you could use that basketball group chat to text with these St. Joe's kids?
Yes.
Sir, would it surprise you if you learned that those kids weren't added to that group chat until after 5 Lazy Brook?
I'm not sure. What do you mean by that?
You're telling us that you texted these kids using this basketball group chat between 8 to 9 o'clock, right?
I believe so, yes.
Told them that they were pussies, right?
Yes.
But you didn't tell them to come to 43 Laurel Glen Drive because now you had your friends with you.
I did not tell them that, no.
You didn't tell them that.
I did not.
Or you don't recall
I
telling them
did
that.
not tell them that, no.
Did somebody tell them that?
I'm sure.
You know somebody told them that, right? You were part of that group chat. You had to open it up and text on that group chat, right?
Not object,
Sustained.
asked and answered, and it calls
Sustained.
for speculation.
So you would agree that when you texted on that group chat, you would have to open it up. You couldn't just look at the notification, right?
No, you can just look at the notification.
In order to text something back,
I wasn't texting anything back
you were texting on that group chat, right?
beforehand.
And in order to text on the group chat, you had to open the group chat, right?
Yes.
And you were with Griffin Marcinzik, right?
Yes.
And you could see where Griffin Marcinzik was, right?
When?
When he was with you in the car?
Yes.
When he was with you at the Ridzik house?
Yes.
When he was with you when Charlie Connery came to pick you up?
Yes.
You were side by side most of the time, right?
No.
Not in the car?
No.
Where was Griffin in the car?
Which car?
Well, where was Griffin in Charlie Connery's car?
I don't know.
Where were you?
In the back seat?
You couldn't see Griffin texting?
No.
Did you see him with his phone out?
Yes.
Did you see him with his phone open?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No.
You think he just had his phone out in his hand, but you saw that, but you don't know if it was open or not?
I'm not sure, no.
What'd you see him doing with the phone when you saw him with it?
I don't know.
What were y'all talking about on the way there
Just what had happened.
with Charlie?
Like in Charlie's car?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's you, Charlie, and Griffin in the car, right?
Yes.
And you guys are talking about what happened at 5 Lazy Brook?
Objection, asked and answered.
Yes.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
And you're talking about what is going to happen next when you get to Tyler Rich's house, right?
No.
No. And there's no talk about payback or anything like that, right?
No.
And so there's this basketball group chat that you've now told us you actually did participate in which there's a lot of shit talking, but nothing's going on like that on the way to the house in Charlie Connery's car, right?
No.
You guys are just calm, cool, collected,
Yes.
not excited,
No.
not angry about what happened.
No.
Nobody's saying, hey, we should text these kids and get them to come over here.
I was not. No.
You weren't.
I was not.
Was Griffin?
Objection, that calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
And you told us yesterday that when you got to Tyler Rich's house, everybody already knew about what had happened at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Yes.
How many people were there when you got to the house?
20 or 30.
And you told us yesterday you didn't really care, though, right?
No.
You didn't really care. Why did you text these guys and tell them that they were pussies?
Because I had been jumped.
So you did care.
I'd been jumped.
You did care.
Not really. No.
Not really. Didn't anger you.
No.
Didn't upset you.
No.
Didn't make you want payback.
No.
You went to school with Tyler Rich.
Yes.
You played football with Tyler Rich.
Yes.
He was a couple years older than you,
Yes.
and he was the captain of the football team for 1 year while you were there.
Yes.
You'd been to his house before.
Yes.
You knew to go in through the Bilko doors on the side, right?
Yes.
You knew when you got there that there was going to be some drinking going on.
Yes.
And you said that people were coming up to you and questioning you, and they already knew about what had happened, right?
Yes.
Who came up to you and questioned you about it?
I don't recall.
Well, you told us yesterday Jimmy McGrath was one of the first ones to come up to you, right?
He was one of the people that did come up to me.
And he came up to you and asked you about what happened at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Yes.
And he was interested in what had happened at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Yeah.
I think that calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did his demeanor and his questioning indicate to you that he was interested in what had happened at 5 Lazy Brook?
Yes.
Did it indicate to you that he was concerned about what had happened at 5 Lazy Brook?
No.
He wasn't concerned.
No. He just wanted to hear what happened.
So it didn't indicate to you that he was excited in any way about it?
No.
Didn't indicate in any way that he was upset about it?
No.
Didn't indicate in any way to you that he was angry about it?
No.
He's just calm, cool, collected. First thing he asked you was, hey, what happened at 5 Lazy Brook?
Pretty much,
Objection
yes.
calls for hearsay.
I'll allow it.
Do you remember anybody other than Jimmy McGrath coming up to you and asking you about it?
No.
But everybody there already knew, you told us, right?
Yes.
So you would agree that it was more than just Jimmy McGrath who came up to you and asked you about it, right?
Certainly, yes.
And in fact, there was some conversation that occurred, right?
With?
With everybody that was there yesterday. Conversation, hanging out, people drinking.
Yes.
And one of the main topics of conversation was what had happened to you at 5 Lazy Brook.
Yes.
You told us you only drank one beer at that time, right?
Yes.
How do you know it was only one beer?
Because it was only one beer?
You recall that?
Yes.
And people were planning to reach out to these kids and ask them to come over to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
I believe so.
You know so, right? Because your phone's buzzing and going off and people are talking about it. And there's talk about getting these kids over there, isn't there?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And at one point, Griffin Marcinzik texts the address and a picture of 43 Laurel Glen Drive on this group chat to these kids, correct?
I don't know.
And then you told us at some point a car shows up outside, right?
Yes.
And that car is a Honda Pilot, right?
Yes.
And nobody was surprised by that, were they?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, they knew that car was going to show up. They texted it to come there, right?
Objection, that,
Sustained.
And so because nobody is surprised, everybody empties out of the house to go confront the car, right?
No.
How many people emptied out of the house to go confront the car?
I don't know.
Well, you told us yesterday that at least 10 to 15 approached the vehicle, right?
Yes, but that's not everybody.
No, that's about half of you, isn't it?
Somewhat, yes.
And you could be wrong about 10 to 15, you would agree?
Yeah.
Could have been more, could have been 20.
Could have been less.
Could it have been more?
I don't know.
And you told us yesterday that the car parked right in front of the drive, right?
No. It was not exactly right in front of the driveway, but it was a little farther back. It was about halfway in front of the driveway.
Okay. Mr. Hines, I'm just going to come around you. I don't want to surprise you, but I'm going to come around and put this up on the easel behind you. Okay, it's exhibit number 52, State's exhibit number 52.
Yep.
Pointer there.
No.
Pointer.
Winner, it's right there.
I'll try not to drop it today. And if you would, can you show us where that vehicle parked when it showed up that first time?
It's not in that frame.
It's not in that frame.
No.
So it's not that close to the driveway.
It was back here more.
Okay.
It's over here or if it...
All right. We are going to use State's Exhibit 49. Just move all these off as we get a big step. Can you see State's Exhibit 49 on your screen there?
Yep.
Okay. Looking at that, do you see the driveway in front of 43 Lower Glen?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the, what looks like some sort of pathway down to the house across the street?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the corner of the intersection of Adams and Laurel Glen Drive?
Yes, I do.
And do you see what appears to be a sewer or drainage grate there?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see across the street on the other side of Laurel Glen from 43 sort of area of large trees there?
Yes.
Okay. Now that we've oriented ourselves, can you describe for us where that vehicle parked when it first showed?
More near the bushes across the street.
More near these, would you agree maybe these are trees given their apparent height?
Yes.
So you think that the vehicle parked more near trees on the opposite side of Laurel Glen Drive?
Yeah.
And so in relation to the driveway, you would agree that that is not near the driveway?
It was like that general area.
It's somewhere over there, closer to the curb on that side of the street?
Oh, no, they were in the middle of the road.
They're in the middle of the road.
Yes.
There were other cars parked up and down the street as well, correct?
Yes.
All right, so now we've got the vehicle out there, and you told us that 10 to 15 of you approached the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, when you got right next to the vehicle, you didn't talk to anyone, right?
No.
But you noticed that in fact, these were the kids that had been told on the basketball group chat to come to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
objection,
Sustained.
You noticed that these were Mr. Snyder, Mr. De Silva, and Mr. Valle in the car, you told us, right?
Yes.
Those were the kids from 5 Lazy Brook, correct?
Yes.
And these were, therefore, the kids that had been told to come to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
objection,
Sustained.
Again, it didn't surprise you that those kids had showed up, right?
I'm not sure. I don't remember. If I
You
was
don't remember
surprised.
whether or not you were surprised that they showed up?
No.
Didn't you just tell us moments ago that you weren't surprised?
No.
And that car was facing towards Farmhouse Lane, correct?
That's at the other end of the street, right?
That is at the other end of the street, yes,
Yes.
sir. Okay. And you noticed the three that I've just mentioned, as well as Mackenzie Trafficante.
Yes.
How did you know Mackenzie?
I just knew who she was from social media.
And you said the 10 or 15 of you approached the vehicle and someone had a conversation, right?
Yes.
And you were standing right beside the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you were on the driver's side of the vehicle, correct?
Yeah, I was kind of going back and forth.
When you say back and forth between what 2 points?
Like the driver's side and the passenger side.
So you were going back and forth around the vehicle from one side to the other?
Yeah.
Behind the vehicle or in front of the vehicle?
I don't recall.
Was anybody else going back and forth with you?
I don't know.
Who else was there at the vehicle with you?
I don't know.
You don't know any of the other people that were at the vehicle with you?
No.
Did you see Tyler Rich there?
No.
Did you see Faison Teal there?
No.
Did you see Michael Samperi there?
No.
Did you see Sal Perry there?
No.
Did you see Alex Bernstein there?
No.
Did you see Matthew Lokovich there?
No.
Did you see Tanner Chernowski there?
No.
You didn't see Tyler Rich there?
No.
So there were 10 or 15 of you there, and these were all friends that you'd had and played football with at least since the 8th grade.
Yes.
But you can't tell who was there with you at the car.
No.
You heard voices.
Yes.
Whose voices did you hear?
I don't know.
You said you heard someone having a conversation.
Yes.
Who was that was having the conversation?
I don't know.
Well, you said that initially that conversation was normal, right?
Yes.
When you say normal, what do you mean by normal conversation?
Like the one me and you are having right now.
Okay. So it was just a questioning back and forth, hey, how you doing?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember any mention of McDonald's?
No.
You didn't think this was an Uber that had showed up to deliver something, right?
No.
And you can't tell us who was having this conversation, but it seemed to be a normal conversation. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Right. And then you said, then it became aggressive, right?
Yes.
It didn't just get aggressive, right?
What do you mean by that?
Somebody did something for it to become aggressive, for it to change, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you see Tyler Rich reach inside the front driver's side window?
No.
Did you see Tyler Rich put his body halfway into the front driver's side window?
No.
Did you see Aiden King at the car?
No.
And then you told us that cans started getting thrown at the car, right?
Yes.
Again, sir, they didn't just start getting thrown, right?
Yes.
No. Somebody threw something, right?
They threw a can, yes.
Yes. It didn't just start from nothing, right?
I don't know.
Well, you've described it as cans just started getting thrown at the car.
From what I was aware of, yes, that's what had happened.
But then you told us that you threw a can at the car.
Yes, I did.
So it didn't just start getting thrown, you threw a can at the car.
I didn't start throwing the cans.
Okay, you joined in of the throwing of the cans.
Yes, I did.
You would agree that it was other people, not some anonymous entity that was throwing cans at the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And those people that were throwing cans at the vehicle were aggressive. Would you agree?
They were aggressive, you said?
Yes.
Sure.
That's an aggressive act, right?
Yeah.
What would you expect the response to be to a can being thrown?
I'm
I'm
not
gonna
sure.
object, that calls for speculation.
Sustained.
What did you intend to happen when you threw the can at the car?
For my can to hit the car?
You wanted those kids to get out of the car, right?
No.
You heard somebody say, leave or get out.
No.
You didn't want them to get out of the car.
I didn't hear them say that. I didn't want them to get out of the car. I didn't care if they got out of the car.
You didn't want them to get out of the car. You didn't care if they got out of the car. So why'd you throw the can at the car?
I just wanted to throw the can at the car.
Is that a normal thing for you to want to do?
No,
Why did you want to throw a can at that car?
I just saw other people doing it.
Do you generally just do what you see other people doing, even if it's criminal?
No,
But in this instance, something about the occasion made you want to do that.
yes,
What was it about the occasion that made you want to do that?
I don't know.
Okay. In any event, you threw a can and you hit the car, and other people were throwing cans too, right?
Yes,
Were you still circling around the vehicle while you did this?
no.
Where were you now?
I was on the passenger side.
On the passenger side.
Yes,
Who did you see on the passenger side?
I don't remember.
How many other people were on the passenger side with you?
Maybe 5,
5 people on the passenger side?
maybe.
How many people were on the driver's side?
I don't know.
More people were on the other side, right?
I don't know.
Objection. He said he didn't know.
Sustained.
Could you see other people on the other side?
Yes,
So there were other people on the other side.
yes.
You just don't know how many.
No,
Or you know, but you won't tell us.
I don't know how many.
Sustained.
You never saw Tyler Rich on the driver's side of the vehicle.
No,
You saw in the picture yesterday of the vehicle that it had a defect in the windshield, right?
yes,
Did you see that when you were on the passenger side?
no,
You saw it in that video, in that picture though, didn't you?
yes,
Did you hear glass shatter?
no,
And you didn't see anybody throw anything from that vehicle, did you?
not that I recall, no.
You didn't see anybody put their hands on the vehicle?
No,
You didn't see anybody kick the vehicle?
no,
You didn't see anybody rock the vehicle?
no,
But at some point, you said the car pulled away and started driving back and forth really fast, right?
yes,
But they weren't throwing anything out the windows.
no,
And at that point, you were in the driveway, you told us.
yes.
And who else was in the driveway with you?
I don't remember.
Were there other people in the driveway with you?
I'm sure there was.
Was Faison Teal in the driveway?
I don't know.
Was Tyler Rich in the driveway?
I don't know.
Can you tell us anybody who was in the driveway with you?
No.
But you told us you were talking to the person that was next to you, right?
Yes.
Who was that?
I don't know.
Okay. And you said at some point you do remember that the car stopped at the corner near Farmhouse Lane and Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes.
Where were you standing at that point?
When it stopped,
Yes.
I believe I was in the driveway still.
And you told us that you did remember that Tyler Rich, at that point, was running down the street after the car, right?
Yes.
Where had he been before he was running down the street after the car?
I don't know.
But you remember that he was running down the street after the car.
Yes.
Was anybody else with him?
There were some people. I don't know who they were, though.
How many?
2 or 3?
2 or 3? Okay. And you told us that you walked halfway down there by yourself, right?
Yes.
You weren't with Tyler Rich.
No.
You weren't with Faison Teal.
No.
You weren't with Enrique Fiola.
No.
And you said you were by the trees on the left-hand side of Laurel Glen by pine trees just past 43 Laurel Glen Drive. Do you remember telling us that yesterday?
Yeah, like where the shade is in the picture.
But you weren't close enough to see what was going on, you told us.
No.
So at that point, you couldn't see Tyler Rich anymore?
No.
At that point, you couldn't see Faison Teal?
No.
Couldn't see Enrico Fiola?
No.
Could you see Charlie Connery?
No.
Did you see Mr. Valley? You didn't see Mr. Valle emerge from the bushes on the other side?
No.
Did you see anybody throwing anything at that point?
No.
Did you hear anybody saying anything at that point?
No.
Where was the vehicle now?
Still at the end of the road.
Still at the end of the road, so you could see the vehicle.
Yeah.
What was it doing?
Parked.
Were the doors open?
Yes.
So you could see that the doors were open.
Yes.
And did you see anybody come out of the car?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Who?
I don't know.
And where was Tyler Rich at that point?
I believe down at the car.
And sir, do you recall telling officers on June 9th when you spoke to them at your home that in fact you, Enrico Fiola, and Tyler Rich approached and told them to leave?
No, I don't.
You don't recall telling that?
No,
Did you tell them that?
I don't recall saying that.
You're telling us now that you only walked halfway down there, right?
Yes.
And you weren't close enough to see what was going on.
No.
But you told us yesterday that people appeared to be talking.
Yes.
What was it about their appearance that led you to believe they were talking?
Like hand gestures, stuff like that. Just looked like they were having a conversation.
Civil conversation?
Yes.
Hand gestures like what?
Just normal hand gestures that you would say while you're having a conversation.
Didn't appear to be aggressive to you at that point?
No.
You didn't throw anything down there at that point?
No.
You were done throwing things?
Yes.
And you weren't upset anymore at that point?
No.
And you watched that for 30 seconds before you went back to the house, correct?
Yes.
Through the Bilko doors, correct?
Yes.
Back inside to Tyler Rich's.
Yes.
And you said when you got back there, everyone seemed to be in there then, right?
Yes.
Did they pass you, the group of folks that you had seen down at the end of Farmhouse Lane?
No.
How did everyone get back in before you got back into the basement?
Because I was halfway down the street, and then not that many people walked there. Everybody just went inside.
Did you see Tyler Rich inside?
No.
Did you see Faison Teal inside?
No.
Did you see Matthew Lockovich inside?
No.
Did you see Alex Bernstein inside?
No.
Did you see Sal Perry inside?
No.
Did you see Michael Samperry inside?
No.
Did you see Charlie Connery inside?
No.
Did you see Tommy Connery inside?
No.
Did you see Ty Wood inside?
No.
Who did you see inside?
I don't remember.
But everyone seemed to be in there.
Yes.
And did they all seem to be calm?
I don't remember.
Did they seem to be agitated in any way?
I don't remember.
What were they doing?
I don't really remember. I just remember being in there and there was people in there.
So before, when everybody was in there and nobody had even arrived, everybody was interested in what had happened at Lazy Brook. You would agree?
Yes.
But now, after all of this commotion, everybody's back in the basement and you're telling us that nothing was going on, it was all just business as usual?
Yeah.
Was there any drinking going on?
I don't know.
And then you said you heard they're back, right?
Yes.
Who said they're back?
I don't know.
Whose voice was it?
I don't know.
Was it just one person?
I believe so.
And how did they say they're back?
They're back.
Just like that?
Yeah. They're in the front yard. They're back. Just like that.
Just like, oh, they're in the front yard, they're back.
Yeah, pretty much.
Not excited or agitated in any way?
No.
Not, they're in the yard, let's go, they're back.
No.
No, because you said instantly you were like, I want to go see what it is, right?
Yeah.
What did you think it was going to be?
I don't know.
You just were curious about what might be going on.
Yes.
So you decided, I'm going to go out and just see what it is.
Yes.
Did you walk leisurely back to the front yard?
Yes, I did.
Didn't run?
No.
But you told the state's attorney that you were anticipating a fight in the front yard, right?
No.
He said you anticipated a fist fight when you talked to him.
No.
You don't recall telling him before that you anticipated a fist fight when he was asking you about whether or not there were weapons.
No.
Were you anticipating a fist fight?
No, I really wasn't.
So the truth of the matter is, when you walked out there,
Yes.
you were anticipating a fight because you wanted payback for 5 Lazy Brook, right?
No, I just walked out there to see who was out there.
Well, you'd heard they're back, right?
Yes.
That's what drew your attention to going out there, right?
Yes.
You thought they're back meant you were going to see the kids in the pilot again, right?
Most likely, yes.
The kids that you had thrown the can at before, right?
Yeah.
But you didn't want payback.
No.
You weren't anticipating a fight.
No.
You didn't think, man, I've got 20 of my buddies from the Shelton High football team here. We got pretty good odds on our side.
No.
You were just curious.
Yes.
He told us that you walked into the yard and you were somewhere behind the red bush, right?
Yes.
And you saw, well, first off, when you were somewhere behind the red bush, did you see Tommy Connery?
No.
He wasn't in that area with you?
No. I remember I was one of the first people that walked outside.
You were one of the first people that walked outside.
Yes.
When you walked outside, did you see Faison Teal?
No.
Did you see Tyler Rich?
No.
Who did you see when you walked outside?
The defendant in De Silva.
That's it?
Yes.
So you were the first one outside.
One of, yes.
Well, who else was out there with you?
I don't know.
Well, how do you know you were one of?
Because I can remember, I never made it, like, I was inside the basement, but I never, like, left the area of, like, where the stairs were, like, to lead back outside through the corridors. So when somebody said, they're here, I was already right there, right by the stairs, so I was one of the first person that stepped up the stairs and walked outside.
I thought you told us before that you had gotten back, went inside his house, and you're in the basement, and everyone seemed to be in there.
Yeah. They were all in there, and I was one of the last people in there.
So now you're saying you didn't get into the basement, you were still on the stairs.
No, I was in there. I was just next to the stairs, like at the bottom of the steps, you can say.
The person who said they're back, were they inside or outside?
I don't know.
And you came back up the stairs and you went and you stood behind the red bush and you just saw these 2 people in the yard.
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the exhibit behind you, sir?
Yes, I do.
Do you still have the pointer with the little red tip on it?
I do.
Okay. Can you show us where you saw the 2 individuals?
They were right about in this area.
Okay, so they're back by the red bush.
Yes.
Okay. Beside the black truck,
Yeah.
in front of the cement square.
Around there, yeah.
Did they look like they were coming into the house?
I don't know.
That's the same path that people take to get to the Bilko doors, right?
Yes.
Where was Mr. De Silva?
He was behind the defendant.
Behind the defendant.
Yes.
Could you see him?
Yes.
So was he behind and to the side or directly behind him?
Behind and to the side.
Which side?
My right side. So it
Because
would've
you're
been-
facing the street.
Yes, I'm facing the street, so.
So Mr. De Silva is on the side by the, what we've described before as Belgian blocks there that go along the side of the driveway?
Yes.
Okay. And where was Mr. Valley?
In front of him, and in like, more like this area up here a little more.
Okay. So up close to the tree line.
Yeah.
And you were one of the first ones out, you told us.
Yes.
And you didn't see anything in Mr. De Silva's hands?
No.
Didn't see anything in Mr. Valley's hands?
No.
You didn't have a knife out that he was flashing around and saying, who wants some?
No.
In fact, he wasn't talking to you, right?
Who?
Mr. Valley.
About.
Well, he wasn't talking to you. He was asking, where's Aiden King, you told us.
Well, he was talking to me, asking me where Aiden King was.
You thought he was asking you where Aiden King was?
Yes, he was.
Do you know Aiden King?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Aiden King?
I played football with him.
Okay. Do you know if he knows Mr. Valley?
I don't know.
Objection, how?
Sustained.
And you said that you interacted with them, right?
Yes.
And what did that interaction involve?
The defendant walked up with like his shirt up over his head, like trying to hide his face almost, and he was saying, "Where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King?" Just repeatedly over and over again. And by this time, it was me, Ty Wood, and Nikki DeJesus all next to each other, and we're like, "Don't worry about it. Like, it doesn't matter where he is." And I pulled the shirt off of his head, and I was questioning him, saying, like, what are you doing with that on your head? Why are you wearing a shirt on your head? You look
So
stupid.
you reached out and you put hands on Mr. Valle.
No, I just kind of went like that. Because he had his shirt up on his head, so I just pulled it down.
Shirt was on his head.
Yes,
You reached out and touched the shirt,
yes.
but that's not you putting hands on Mr. Valle.
Not in a physical way, no.
You thought you were straightening his shirt out for him, making sure he looked okay to his
Yeah,
tie.
I mean, I never really seen people put their shirt up on their head like that before. I didn't know what he meant by it.
You didn't tell him, Aiden, I don't know where Aiden is.
Yeah, I did say that.
Oh, you did?
I don't know where Aiden is.
Okay. I thought you told him, don't worry about it, I'm right here.
Pretty much, yes.
So that's not, I don't know where Aiden is, right?
I said all of it, yes.
You said, I'm right here,
I believe so, yes.
indicating to him that you were the person he needed to deal with, right?
No. I was just the person in front of him.
The tip of the spear, so to speak.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you were the first one that was confronting him, right?
Yeah, you can say that.
And you told us that at this point, you know that you had been joined by at least two others that you've identified to us, right?
Yes,
And that was Ty Wood,
yes.
and who was the other person?
Nickety Jesus.
Can you show us on that exhibit behind you there where they were?
Right next to me?
Yes.
So, like, right in this area.
Okay. And there's now three of you at least.
Yes.
Was there anybody else out there?
Not that I know of, no.
So you think it was just the three of you and Mr. Valle?
Yes.
You weren't aware that other people had started to come out of the house?
No.
Could you hear other people?
No.
What was Mr. De Silva doing?
I don't know. He was kind of just standing behind and to the right. I wasn't really paying attention to him. Like, after I took off the defendant's shirt off of his head, I was really just locked in, staring him right in the eyes. I wasn't worried about Mr. De Silva.
You were staring him right in the eyes?
Yes.
And you say he had his own shirt up over his head before you reached out and pulled it down. Were you standing in such a way that you were blocking anybody else's view from seeing Mr. Valle?
Objection, how would he know?
Sustained.
You said after you pulled his shirt off of his head that he got crazy and started freaking out, right?
Yes.
Became very argumentative.
Yes.
Asked you, why'd you take his shirt off his head?
Yes.
Asked you, what are you doing touching me?
No.
He took a swing at you,
Who?
Mr. Valle.
No.
No?
No.
You didn't see him take a swing or flinch?
Oh, he was flinching the whole time.
He was flinching the whole time.
Yeah.
Because there were, by your account, 3 people that were facing him.
Yes.
Did you become aware at some point that there were more than just 3 of you out there?
No.
You never became aware that there was more than 3 of you out there?
Well, after I had gotten up from the altercation I had with the defendant.
You said that at least you, Nikki DeJesus, and Ty Wood are talking shit back and forth, right?
Yes.
And that lasted, you said, for 30 to 45 seconds.
Probably yes.
And you were challenging him to fight, right?
No.
What were you saying?
Just talking shit.
And that shit talk didn't involve any challenge to fight?
No, that's not like, no, that's not at all. None of us really were saying that at all. Nobody was saying.
The shit talk
Let's
just
fight.
involved what? Insulting his clothing?
Could say that, yes.
Did you ever feel anybody push against you from behind?
No.
But out of nowhere, Tyler Rich punches Mr. Valle in the face, right?
Yes.
Where did Tyler Rich come from?
I don't know.
You don't know. So at that point, you would agree it's not just 3 of you, it's at least now 4 of you that are fighting with Mr. Valle.
I'm not sure.
Well, there's you, right?
Yes.
There's Ty Wood, right?
Well, I don't know if he was fighting.
Well, he was right there with you.
Doesn't mean he was fighting.
Okay. Fair enough. Nikki DeJesus was right there with you.
Yes.
And now Tyler Rich was right there with you as well.
No, he just came out of nowhere and punched him in the face.
Right. You would agree he at least was now fighting Mr. Valley, right?
Not that I don't know.
Well, you would at least agree that he punched him in the face out of nowhere, right?
Yes.
And so the three of you, Ty Wood, yourself, Nikki DeJesus, you were distracting Mr. Valley so that Ty Rich could punch him in the face.
No.
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 But after Tyler Rich punched him in the face, you backed off, right? And you were like, oh, Tyler Rich has got this.
No.
No. You went forward, you got on top of Mr. Valley, and you told us that you punched him at least twice in the face, right?
Yes.
In fact, people crowded forward at that point, right?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
I just know of my actions.
And your actions, at least, were that you punched him twice in the face, right?
Yes.
While he's down on the ground, right?
Yes.
You're over top of him, right?
Yes.
You've got control of him, right?
No.
No. You don't have a handful of shirt in one hand and a punch in the other?
No.
But you would agree you're at least over top of him,
Yes.
delivering these 2 blows.
Yes.
Only 2 blows.
Yes.
Nobody else has joined you in this attack.
Not that I know of, no.
And the crowd didn't push forward.
I don't know what the crowd did.
Crowd didn't swarm around.
I don't know.
You heard screaming.
Yeah.
You heard yelling.
Yeah.
You heard somebody say, "Yes, sir."
No.
You saw it in the video at least?
Yeah.
That was Tanner Chernowski
Yes.
filming this, right?
Not the beginning of the fight, no. He got the end of the fight.
The video that we see, that was Tanner Chernowski who recorded it, right?
Yeah.
And he was recording that and yelling, "Yes, sir," right?
Yeah.
And that was sort of celebratory, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You described to us that while you were on top of Mr. Valley punching him, his shoulder and his bicep were held back.
It seemed like that, yeah.
What was holding it back?
I don't know.
And you could see his fist, right?
Yes.
And at some point, you got off of him and walked away, right?
Yeah.
After you felt the stick, right?
Yes.
And you said he wasn't trying to hit you in a certain spot.
No, he was just like I just seen his fist like this, just going like this repeatedly over and over again.
Flailing wildly.
Yeah.
And your injuries, sir, start sort of at the middle of your body and make their way down and to the backside, right?
So yeah, my first one is up more near my armpit, then one's down more by my hip, and then the other one is like my mid thigh.
Where was Tommy Connery at that point?
I don't know.
Didn't see Tommy Connery? Did you see other people punching or kicking Mr. Valley?
No. Did not.
It was just the 2 of you isolated.
Yes.
And you told us that after you got off of him, you realized that Tyler De Silva was in a fight, right?
Yes.
And that he was fighting with his own group of people, right?
Yes.
And how many people were fighting with him?
Looked like 2 or 3.
2 or 3?
Yeah.
You did not engage with Tyler De Silva, right?
No, I did not.
You didn't throw any punches or throw any kicks at Tyler De Silva.
No.
The fight took a minute. Could have been more, maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
No, it was probably less.
Probably less. Less than a minute?
Yeah.
You said you only watched the fight with Tyler De Silva, but you agree that other people were throwing punches and blows at Mr. De Silva, right?
Yes.
Tommy Connery didn't come over and get involved and throw some blows at Mr. Valle.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Didn't jump in the middle and separate you.
I don't remember that, no.
Did you see Charlie Connery?
No.
And it was when you heard he's got a knife that Ty Wood pointed out to you that you were bleeding, right?
Yes.
And where was Ty Wood at that point?
He was like right next to me,
And where were you?
right next to him.
And could you show us where that was on the exhibit behind you? Okay. So by that point, you had moved away from where you were originally when you started with Mr. Valle, correct? In fact, when this original interaction or confrontation occurs, it was where you've described as being by the red bush, over by the tree line and the black truck, right?
Yeah.
How did you get from there over to by the tree where you've just pointed to?
I walked.
The fight itself with Mr. Valle, you say, all occurred over where the initial confrontation took place?
Yes.
And when you say you saw the defendant's fist clenched with something in it that you now believe was a knife, that was his right hand, correct?
Yeah, it was his right hand.
You told us when this started, it was just the three of you, Mr. DeJesus, yourself, and Mr. Wood, facing Mr. Valle, correct? At some point, Mr. Rich comes over and joins the three of you and throws this first punch, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Valle hadn't thrown any punches at that point?
No.
Hadn't shown you a knife at that point?
No.
Hadn't threatened you at that point?
No.
And you would agree, would you not, that at least in the video, there are well more than 3 kids involved with fighting?
Fighting who?
Fighting with whoever is out there. There's more than 3 kids that are out there fighting, right?
I don't object, that's confusing.
Sustained.
You would agree that in the video, we see more than 3 kids on the video, correct?
Yeah,
That it was a chaotic scene, right?
of course.
That people were rolling around and it was hard to tell who was where, right?
Sure, yeah.
And you never saw Jack Snyder leave the car, right?
No.
And after you backed off of Raul Valle, you could see that he was still fighting with some of the other Shelton High kids, right?
Oh, I have no idea.
You don't recall any of that?
I don't know.
After you backed off of him, you don't recall anything about what else was going on with Mr. Valle? But you do recall that you saw Mr. De Silva fighting?
Yeah, like I got up and I immediately like turned around and I see what's going on with De Silva.
And you just watched?
Yes.
Didn't throw any kicks?
No.
Didn't throw any punches?
No.
Didn't get involved in any way with?
No.
And that night you were wearing the green hoodie,
Yes.
black shorts, and the white trim.
Yes.
Other than Tyler Rich throwing the punch at Mr. Valley, can you tell us anybody else who threw a punch that night?
No.
You never saw Mr. Valley punch anybody?
No.
And it was only after you were standing over top of him, punching him, that you felt a stick in your side.
Yeah.
And your recollection is that it was just you and Mr. Valley fighting alone.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Attorney Jersey.
I do have some redirect. Do you want to take the morning recess at this
I
point?
think probably now is a good time to do that, sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to go ahead and take our morning recess. 15 minutes. We'll be back to hear evidence. Thank you. Court stands in recess.
and there were some questions about the group chat that had started. And my question to you is, at what point after the fight at Laserbrook did you even participate in the group chat?
I really didn't. I think maybe in that car ride back to Natalia's house, I might have said something, but after that, I didn't say anything.
So it wouldn't have been when you got to Tyler Rich's house?
No.
Okay. And when you got to Tyler Rich's house, you said you were just getting notifications in your pocket?
Yeah, I
And you
wasn't.
would look at it and put it back?
Yeah.
And when you get notifications, can you read what they say if you just pick it up and look at it?
If like my phone is unlocked, yes.
But if it's locked, what does it look like?
It just says like an iMessage notification.
Okay. And you didn't participate in that group messaging once you were at Tyler Rich's house?
No.
Now, with regards to, you were asked a little bit about
Where you were when you were at Tyler Rich's house after the car goes down Laurel Glen and parks down the street near farmhouse.
Yeah.
This is just for the record, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 49. Can you show us in 49 where you were?
I was over by like where like the shade is coming across the street.
So here on the left side of the road here?
Yeah.
So you were maybe like one house up maybe, or just before the second property?
Yeah.
And would you agree with me that Farmhouse Road is somewhere down in this area up here?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm directing my pen somewhere near the intersection of Farmhouse Road and Laurel Glen, Your Honor, at the top of 49.
All right, so noted.
And when you were in that area,
you indicated you couldn't hear what was being said,
No.
and could you see people down the road?
Yes.
And you indicated that you knew Tyler Rich went down the road?
Yes.
Did you know anybody else from your friends that went down the road?
No.
But it was more than one person?
Yes.
And when Tyler Rich went down the road, how long would you say you watched what was going on down the road?
Maximum a minute.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you turn around and walk back to the house?
Yeah.
So in that minute, when you were watching what was happening down the road, you saw people talking?
Yeah.
Did you see any fighting going on down the road?
No.
Now, when you got back to the house, got back to Tyler Rich's house, you said you were in the basement area, but that included, in your mind, the stairway?
Yeah, I was right next to the stairs.
So were you at the top of the stairs or were you at the bottom?
I'm at the bottom of the stairs, but like right at the bottom of the stairs.
And when you're at the bottom of the stairs, are there other people in the basement?
Yeah.
And what's happening in the basement?
Just people hanging out there.
Just hanging out?
Yeah.
And do you recall every single person that was in the basement at that given time?
No.
Why don't you recall who was in the basement?
I just knew they were my friends.
Some of your friends included the names that we mentioned during your testimony today and yesterday?
Yeah.
At some point in time, you heard they're back,
Yeah.
and you go back outside. You're
Yes.
one of the first people outside?
Yes.
And when you're outside, you walk up to the defendant,
Yes.
and at some point in time, you have a conversation with the defendant, you pull
Yes.
the shirt off?
Yes.
How long would you say that interaction happened before you noticed Tyler Rich punch the defendant in the face?
A minute.
Okay. And when Tyler, before the punch, did you anticipate that there was going to be a fight, a physical fight?
No.
When the punch happens, is that when the fight starts?
Yes.
And when the fight starts, my question to you is, how soon after, when that punch is thrown from Tyler Rich, when you're on top of the defendant, do you feel pain in your side?
No more than 30 seconds.
No more than 30 seconds?
No more.
Could it have been more? Could it have been less?
Less.
So you punch him twice and then you feel pain?
Yeah.
And soon after you punch him, you see what motion do you see?
It's like his like fist balled up like this and just going like that repeatedly.
Before you engaged with the defendant, before he got punched, did you see if he had anything in his hands at that point in time?
No.
I have no further questions, thank you.
Any cross?
Briefly on.
Okay.
Said before Tyler Rich threw that punch, you never anticipated a fight, right?
No.
And you told us that how soon after was it when this fight broke out that you started to feel the pain, and you said that that was 30 seconds, right?
Yes.
And then the state's attorney asked you, could have been more, right?
Yeah, you did say that.
And you said, no, less, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you would agree that it's always less. It could never have been a longer period of time when you've been asked on a series of questions about how long something lasted, right?
I'm gonna object because it's argumentative.
I'm going to sustain the objection on that. It mischaracterizes and it's argument. Thank you.
Couldn't have been any longer than 30 seconds.
No.
And you told us yesterday that you didn't participate in any of that group chat, but now you've said maybe in that car ride is when you admit you sent at least one text, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't participate in that at all at Tyler Rich's house, right?
No.
You told us you didn't see anything in Mr. Valle's hands, correct? When he
No.
was standing there facing you?
I was not looking at his hands.
Well, you reached out and you pulled the shirt off of him, you claim, correct?
Yes.
He didn't punch you at that point.
No,
He
he just
didn't-
got like super upset.
He didn't shove you at that point.
No.
He didn't touch you in any way.
No.
He didn't show you a knife.
No.
He didn't say, hey, I've got a knife, I'm going to cut you.
No.
And so from the time that Tyler Rich punched Mr. Valle in the face until the time that you felt the pain and got off of Mr. Valle, that was at least 30 seconds, right?
Yeah.
30 seconds, you're standing over him, punching him in the face only 2 times.
Yes.
Nobody else has joined in with you.
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Hines, you're dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please watch your step as you exit the witness stand.
Good day.
Thank you.
State calls Dr. Ryan Dahl.
All right, very good, thank you. Good morning. Still morning. Thank you so much. If you please take a step into the stand, remain standing. My clerk to my right here is going to put you under oath, okay? Thank you so
Your Honor.
much.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, and address for the record.
Ryan S. Doss, D-O-S-S, and you said the address?
Yes.
1200 Acres Road, Newtown.
Thank you.
You may be seated. Thank you. You may proceed.
Good, almost afternoon, Dr. Doss. How are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good. And Dr. Doss, it's a little bit difficult for everyone to hear in this courtroom. The acoustics are rough, so if you could just keep your voice up as much as possible and sit as close to the microphone as you can.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Doss, where are you currently employed?
St. Vincent's Medical Center in Bridgeport.
And how long have you been employed at St. Vincent's?
I think 8 years.
And is there a particular branch of medicine in which you specialize in?
Emergency medicine.
And is there a particular department that you work in at St. Vincent's Medical Center?
Just the emergency department.
And please tell members of the jury your educational background, including any degrees you hold.
I have a medical degree, of course, and a history and philosophy of science degree from undergraduate school.
And where did you attend school?
University of Washington in Seattle, and then Ross University for medical school.
And your residency was done?
Detroit Receiving Hospital.
And your work experience. Please tell the members of the jury where you've worked.
First Detroit Receiving Hospital, and then I worked in a small hospital in Georgia, and then a hospital in New Zealand for about a year, and after that returned to this country, and I've been at St. Vincent's ever since.
And what are your duties working at St. Vincent's?
I'm one of the attendings in the emergency department, so it's seeing patients that are presenting there and managing the physician's assistants who also work in the emergency department.
How many attendings are in the ER at St. Vincent's, approximately?
At a given time, there would be 3 or 4. In total, I think there are, it's going to be maybe 12 employed there, probably more, but I'm not good at keeping track of that.
So any given time on a night that you're working, there's about 3 or 4 of you attending?
Yes.
And have you ever testified in court before today?
No.
Do you have any teaching responsibilities?
Yes, we teach the internal medicine residents that rotate through the emergency department, so they get work experience there, and medical students from Quinnipiac that come there too.
You had also mentioned physician's assistants. Do you supervise them or oversee them?
Yes.
And please explain in that capacity.
So they are employed there as fairly independent providers. They see patients on their own, but also work directly with the attendings and what we call staff patients with the attendings, meaning if they describe to the attending what's going on and make sure the plan is appropriate and do some of the procedures to take some of the workload off of the attendings, like laceration repairs and things.
What would determine whether or not you do a procedure or a physician's assistant does a procedure?
A variety of things. Generally, how critical is the situation, how potentially dangerous is the procedure, and for things that are immediately life-threatening, intubations, meaning, taking over someone's breathing and such, is generally something the attending would do.
In back of May of 2022, did you work in the emergency room department at St. Vincent's Medical Center?
Yes.
And on any given day or night, how many patients did you see?
Typically about 16 to 20 per shift.
And that was you personally?
Yes.
Directing your attention specifically to Sunday, May 15th of 2022, do you recall working in the ER at St. Vincent's Medical Center?
Yes.
And did there come a time when you examined a patient by the name of Ryan Hines?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review Ryan Hines' medical records before coming to the court today?
Yes.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor?
Thank you. It's fine, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Daw, showing you what's marked as states 93 for ID purposes. And please look at these documents. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that document as?
The medical record for Ryan Hines.
And is it in the regular course of St. Vincent's Medical Center to prepare such a document such as the one you see present here?
Yes.
And is it the regular course of business for nurses and doctors to maintain such records at St. Vincent's Medical Center?
Yes.
And is it procedure for doctors and nurses to record such things on such a document accurately at or around the time that a patient is seen?
Yes.
And is this documentation certified?
Yes.
I would ask that it be marked as a full exhibit.
Attorney Smith, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will go ahead and accept into evidence as full states 93.
Dr. Doss, handing you back now what's a full exhibit, states 93. You will reference this if you need to.
Thank you.
Now, Dr. Doss, to your recollection, or if you can look at states 93, what time was Ryan Hines brought into St. Vincent's Medical Center on that day or morning?
Let me just double check the time. Was this, 12:24 a.m.?
And where was he brought upon his arrival?
Directly to the emergency department in one of what we call the trauma rooms, which are a larger room in the front for, with more space and more equipment for major injuries.
How many trauma rooms at St. Vincent's Hospital Center?
2.
And can you explain to the members of the jury what indicates whether or not someone comes in as a trauma level, or what makes someone come in as a trauma level?
Right, there are some standard criteria that we go by that are primarily based on the mechanism of the injury, the type of injury the patient has, or how much force was involved, and also the condition of the patient. So if they are unstable or confused, and in this case, it was the penetrating wound to the chest that made him a trauma.
So the mere fact that Ryan Hines came in with a penetrating wound to the chest indicates that he was labeled as a trauma level.
Yes.
And how is trauma level different than triage level?
A triage level is a general concept of how potentially sick someone might be that goes all the way from triage level 1, which is the most potentially deadly situation, and a triage level 5, which is something that is not concerning at all. And that is something that is determined by a nurse out front in triage based on vital signs and chief complaint, and helps organize who should be brought into the emergency department first and be seen before someone else who has likely a less serious condition. And so it's related, but the trauma criteria are specifically for injuries, and when someone is brought in as a particular trauma level 1 or 2, that automatically triggers the arrival of the trauma surgeons and different staff members to help stabilize the situation
Now, to your knowledge, how was Ryan Hines brought to the hospital?
by ambulance.
And explain to the members of the jury, do you get indication from EMS when a patient's being brought in? Is there an alert system that's put into effect?
Yes, they don't necessarily call ahead about every patient, but for potentially serious conditions, they will call ahead on the radio. We get a heads up that they're arriving. They give us a brief description of the situation so that we can prepare.
And can you please explain to the members of the jury how the patient, Mr. Hines, presented upon his arrival?
He presented, brought in by ambulance. He was awake and alert, but uncomfortable, and they had called ahead saying that he had a penetrating wound to the left chest and left leg.
So you knew at that point how many wounds there were?
We knew of at least 2, I think 3 wounds. I think it was the chest and flank and leg. Yes, we knew it.
And do you recall where you specifically observed those wounds?
I observed them in the trauma room upon the patient's arrival.
And prior to that morning, had you had occasion to tend to patients who had suffered from stab wounds?
Yes.
And based on your training experience, were Ryan Hines' injuries consistent with stab wounds?
Yes.
Did you observe did you base your conclusions on self-reporting, or did you base that on your own personal observations, or both?
My own personal observations, I suppose.
Did Mr. Hines indicate to you, or do you recall if he indicated that he had been stabbed prior to?
We had been informed ahead of time by EMS that he had. I don't actually recall if I directly asked him that question.
But you had knowledge that he was.
Yes.
Were you aware of the apparatus or what was used to stab him?
I did not know the details of the implement. We were told it was a knife, but I didn't know anything about the size or length of the knife.
Prior to you seeing a patient, is it typical for the nurses to have contact or make contact with the patient?
Depending on the situation. In this case, everyone kind of met the patient at the same time, but oftentimes the nurses do initially evaluate the patient before the doctors do.
And why in this situation was it everyone hands on deck when the patient came immediately versus the patient going with the nurses, getting assessed? Explain why that was done in this case.
Because for this type of injury, our concern is that it may be immediately life-threatening, and we need to intervene right away.
I'm going to direct your attention to States 93, page 5 of States 93. The last line of that page, if you can just please indicate to the members of the jury what it says.
Let's see, is it this, the CT report on page 5 here? Or is this the CT of the abdomen pelvis with IV contrast?
Yes, so it indicates CT of the abdomen, pelvis with, okay. If you could read the last line of that.
Clinical data, trauma 1, stabbed chest and flank pain.
What is flank pain?
The flank is the side of your body below your ribs, essentially, the side of your abdomen.
And directing your attention still to that same exhibit, page 7, towards the bottom of that exhibit, what does it say under CT head without contrast, final results?
It says, number 1, no acute post-traumatic intracranial abnormality. And number 2, undisplaced fractures of both nasal bones.
Number 2, undisplaced fractures of both nasal bones. What is that in layman's terms?
It means he had a broken nose.
Broken nose? And had you read about this information or known about this information prior to Ryan Hines' arrival at the hospital?
No.
Directing your attention to page 12 of States 93, towards the mid to bottom portion of that page where your notes begin. Is that your electronic signature that appears there?
Yes.
And indicated there, it also indicates that it was signed, and it also indicates filed. Is that the time that you had seen him, where it says 2:05, or is that just the time you
That's
signed it?
when the document was filed in the system. The date of service is when he was seen.
I'm looking at States 93, page 12. What does the acronym HPI refer to?
History of present illness.
And if you can please refer, John, in reference to HPI, what does it indicate you did?
Let's see. And I'm sorry, could you said
Sure.
what? Yes.
Directing your attention onto page 13 of States
Ah.
93. It indicates the continuation of the history of present illness.
Right.
You can please indicate what the chief complaint was, and then what was presented.
Right, so the chief complaint here, stab wound to the left chest, left flank, and left thigh. And in the remaining history, I'm describing any medical conditions the patient has, a 16-year-old male with no chronic medical conditions, describing the situation that led to their arrival in the emergency department. Would you like me to read it, or?
Yes.
Okay. This 16-year-old male with no chronic medical conditions who presents to the emergency department after being involved in an altercation, which resulted in a stab wound to the left lateral chest wall, left flank, and left thigh. He also suffered an abrasion to the superior scalp and head injury, likely from being kicked. The patient was at an event this evening, did ingest some alcohol but no illicit substances, got into an altercation with someone who left and returned with a knife, resulting in this further altercation. The patient is complaining of pain at the site of the stab wounds and some worsening difficulty breathing pre-hospital. He has been oxygenating well on room air, and he was getting enough oxygen. He has had no evidence of tension pneumothorax per EMS. However, they do note decreased or absent breath sounds on the left. The patient has been hemodynamically stable pre-hospital.
Are these all of your notes that you took?
Yes.
Okay. And taking you back through that paragraph, chief complaint, stab wound to the left chest, left flank, left thigh. If you can just demonstrate on your body where those areas would be,
So-
members of the jury.
The left chest here, where the ribs are, and the left flank below the area of the ribs, and the left thigh here in the upper leg.
The record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is identifying stab wounds by pointing to his own body on his left chest, his left flank area, and as well as his left thigh.
Court will identify that the witness has identified by using physical motions on the stand as so stated.
Dr. Doss, stab wound to the left lateral chest wall, is that the same thing as the left chest?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say chest wall, what does that mean?
We're just referring to the external surface of the chest here, and the left lateral, the lateral aspect is kind of the side. You just have to have a fancy term for everything, so that's just referring to the stab wound in the chest wall on the left side of his body.
Abrasion to the superior scalp and head injury likely from being kicked. How did you determine that?
This was to tell you the truth, I can't recall how we determined that. This is generally from information we're obtaining from EMS and the patient, but I don't recall exactly who told me about the kick to the head.
So an abrasion, what is that?
A scratch.
Is it something that's deeper than a paper cut, for instance?
No, it's probably about the same depth. Generally, when we're talking about abrasions, thinking more, not such a simple little linear scratch, but kind of when a larger area of the skin is damaged and abraded, we call it, just scraped.
Could it produce bleeding?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're saying likely being kicked, that could have been self-reporting or like you said from EMS?
Yes.
Where it indicates pain at the site of the stab wounds, is that something that Ryan Hines would have indicated that you would have asked him his pain level, for instance?
Yes.
And worsening difficulty breathing pre-hospital. Explain that.
So this is a combination of information from the patient and EMS, basically describing that he was feeling that he was getting more short of breath, he was having more difficulty breathing as time passed in the time period it took to get to the hospital.
Would that be typical of a wound to the chest wall?
It can be. It depends on really how bad the wound is and what the situation is.
Could you have a wound at the chest wall that would not penetrate a lung?
Oh, absolutely. Obviously, the ribs are protecting the area, and the whatever object does not penetrate through past the ribs into the lung, which can happen.
Being that the patient was complaining or indicating that he wasn't breathing very well, did that indicate to you that there was a possibility that his lung had been punctured?
Yes.
Back to States 93, page 13, that same paragraph. No evidence of tension
Pneumothorax.
Pneumothorax, thank you, for EMS. What is that terminology, pneumothorax?
So pneumothorax is just the fancy term for air in the chest wall outside of the lung and causing the lung to collapse. Tension pneumothorax is a specific type of that, which because of, not to get too far into the weeds, a one-way valve of a kind of, the pressure continues to increase inside the chest. The air can enter but not exit through that wound, and the lung is pushed further and further, and then ultimately, other structures in the neck and chest are pushed to the point where the heart cannot beat properly and people can die very quickly.
They do note decreased or absent breath sounds on the left. This patient has been hemodynamically stable pre-hospital. What does that sentence
That
indicate?
means that hemodynamically stable is just referring to things like his blood pressure and his heart rate. We're watching those to make sure that there isn't any sign of that kind of compromise to the function of the heart or the circulatory system, which we would see if his blood pressure were dropping and likely his heart rate is increasing to try to compensate. That was not, those kinds of dynamic changes were not happening on the way to the hospital.
Directing your attention to that same exhibit, states 93, about mid-page on page 14, where it says pulmonary, chest, abdominal, and musculoskeletal. Under pulmonary, where it indicates absent breath sounds, diminished breath sounds, right upper lung fields. Was that, when you saw that, was that concerning to you at all, and why?
Yes, specifically the absent breath sounds on the left would be concerning in this context because that would make us worried that he had suffered an injury to his lung and that had collapsed and was not functioning properly. The diminished breath sounds in the right upper lung field are relatively nonspecific, just meaning that we're not hearing quite as well in this area, so we need to make sure that that's okay as well.
And you had indicated earlier that a certain condition can occur if left unattended. If you could explain what that condition is and why that would be something that would be life-threatening.
The tension pneumothorax
Yes.
specifically? Yes. So that would be kind of this steadily increasing pressure within the chest cavity that is starting to push everything over to the opposite side and lead to a situation where the return of blood to the heart is impaired, and now the heart's not able to continue circulating blood, and this would result in death.
Okay, and that's obviously a very serious situation.
Yes.
And if Ryan Hines had been left unattended, not brought to the hospital to tend to that, is that something that could have caused death?
Yes.
Directing your attention to page 14 as well, on states 93, where it says stab wound under abdominal, stab wound left lateral flank, musculoskeletal stab wound left lateral thigh, left lateral flank and left lateral thigh. Anything about those wounds that were concerning to you regarding any arteries that were around that area or anything of the sort?
Right. I think we always get concerned with an abdominal or flank wound because, of course, there are many important organs in there that if they're directly injured, you could have quite a lot of internal bleeding quickly, like the spleen, the kidney on that side. And with the wound in the thigh, we have to, consider, of course, injury to a major blood vessel and bleeding from that. The location on the thigh was a little less concerning for that kind of problem.
Directing your attention to the bottom of page 14 on states 93, where it says MDM, clinical impression notes. What does MDM, that acronym, refer to?
Which is medical decision making. It's a section to describe what we were thinking and what we did.
And where it indicates in that paragraph, it says portable chest x-ray confirms left side pneumothorax, no evidence of hemothorax. What does that sentence refer to?
So that it says that when we took an x-ray of his chest, this is in the trauma room still, he's in the stretcher, we're taking a film right there, we can see that that left lung has collapsed. We do not see evidence of fluid filling the chest cavity, which in this context, we'd be worried about blood filling up his chest. That was not the case.
On an x-ray, what would you see to indicate that the lung had collapsed, for instance?
You can see for an inflated lung, the lung markings there and the absence of them. And often you can, in the case of a pneumothorax, often you can see kind of the border of the lung as well. So you can see how much it has collapsed.
Could you see in an x-ray any kind of penetrating wound, like a laceration or anything that would have caused that lung to collapse?
You can see secondary findings of it. It's not a study that's going to show the soft tissues like that, but you can see things like swelling in the air. You can see some air tract entering the chest wall, that type of thing. So you see secondary findings of a stab wound.
It indicates also on page 14 of 93, a chest tube is in place for the trauma service and further trauma workup is pending. What was the purpose of that chest tube?
That is a device that's placed into the chest to suction essentially the air out of the chest cavity, allow that lung to reinflate. And if there were, blood in the chest cavity, it would also be draining that fluid out of there.
Directing your attention to page 15 of SACE 93. At the top of that page, patient will be admitted in the trauma service for further care. What was the purpose of that?
The initial period of time after placing that chest tube, although, of course, a good thing that the lung is reinflating, that needs time to heal somewhat before the chest tube is removed, which would typically take place in the hospital before the patient is sent home. So they need time to make sure the lung is inflating again and staying that way, and remove the chest tube and ensure the lung doesn't collapse again once it's removed.
Page 15 of SACE 93 under critical care indicates the patient was critically ill with a high probability of imminent or life-threatening deterioration. That notation, does that reference what you described before regarding the, I'm going to say the word wrong, but the tension that you were
Yes.
describing, which could have caused death?
Well, not only that, but even without the tension pneumothorax component, this can be a deadly injury. And so this is a situation where until the patient was stabilized, the likelihood of him dying was relatively high.
Now, I'm going to be showing you some photographs that have already been marked into evidence. Showing you what's been marked as SACE 84. The screen in front of you, you can just reference that, or you can look up here. Do you see that on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. What would you describe that as?
This is the abrasion to the scalp, as mentioned.
And showing you SACE 83.
All right.
Specifically towards the hairline there. Is that
Right.
the same abrasion that you're describing?
Yes, it is.
And showing you what's been marked as SACE 85. Are you able to identify what this is and describe to the jury what the purpose of that would be?
This is that chest tube that was mentioned. There are different types of these and different sizes. This is a device that's placed in the front of the chest, and a relatively smaller size, which is mainly meant to pull air out of the chest rather than fluid.
And does that go directly into the wound?
No, it goes elsewhere in the chest wall in between the ribs in a way that is designed to be at a certain angle so that when the tube is removed, that space closes on its own immediately.
Showing you SACE 86. And if this is the wrong orientation, I can certainly flip it. So, are you able to see, is this the right rotation? Do you need me to?
I think so. It's just the angle's a bit up. I think this is the left side. Yes, this is the left side of the patient's chest. So in this photograph, the way we have it oriented, his head would be up at the top, off the side of the screen.
Okay. And this tube that you see pictured on SACE, apologize, 86, is that connected to that port you just indicated?
Yes, that's the chest tube.
Okay. And this gauze here with the tape, what is that over?
I think that is over the stab wound itself.
Showing you SACE 87. Flip that for you.
There we go.
What is this a photograph of?
That is the photograph of the stab wound to the chest wall.
That's the wound that punctured the lung.
Yes.
And showing you SACE 89. What is that a photograph of, Dr. Doss?
And that's the stab wound to the left flank.
Left flank.
Mm-hmm.
And showing you SACE 91. What is that a photograph of?
That's the stab wound to the left thigh.
Okay, and that's obviously a different stab wound than the left flank stab wound you just indicated.
Yes.
And finally, SACE 92. Would you agree with me that these are photographs of all the puncture wounds that Ryan Hines suffered?
Yes.
Okay. And the one to the top of SACE 92, this would be the left flank.
Oh, no, that's the left lateral chest. And the left flank is the one below that.
Thank you
next
for
one down.
correcting me.
No problem.
Left flank is the one below, mid-exhibit, and then the last stab wound is to the, what did you refer to that as?
The thigh.
Thigh. Thank you. Directing your attention back to States 93, page 20, where it says underneath H and P encounter notes. What does that mean, H and P encounter notes?
So this is the history and physical that's written by the trauma service. And encounter notes is just a general term for notes we took regarding this encounter with the patient.
And that was a physician's assistant that took those notes, if you can see.
Yes, it looks like it was Matei Manea.
Where it indicates a 16M, is that 16-year-old male?
Yes.
Okay, stabbed in left chest, mid-ax line with about a 4/5 intercostal, left flank, left lateral hip. What does that mean?
So he's describing the location of these stab wounds. That left chest mid-ax line is an abbreviation for mid-axillary line, and the axilla is the armpit, so the middle of the armpit, basically a line drawn from the armpit down, and then the other two stab wounds.
Hemodynamically stable with mild tachycardia, left pneumothorax without significant hemo. What does that mean?
He's abbreviating hemothorax there. So he's saying there is the collapse of the lung on the left without blood collected in the chest wall. And the hemodynamically stable means his blood pressure has been steady, but his heart rate is fast, probably compensating for the injuries.
Is it safe to say that the physician's assistant also tended to the wounds of Mr. Hines? So where it says place a 14 French pigtail cath anterior second intercostal space, what does that mean?
So that's this chest tube. When they say pigtail catheter, it's a kind of catheter that is built to twist in there so it's not directly puncturing anything else. And this is describing where that was placed. It was the anterior, the front of the chest, in the second intercostal space, and they're just counting down the second rib and that space in below the rib.
Is that what we saw in the photographs that were just depicted?
Yes.
And adequate re-expansion of the lung, mild air leak. Is that something that repairs on its own?
Yes, they monitor that. When this chest tube is hooked up, it's connected to a kind of suction device, and they're monitoring that pressure over time, and that air leak typically would get better as the wound heals.
It also indicates washed out stab wounds small enough that will heal by secondary intention to avoid closing and having infection. What does that mean?
That means that the two wounds, the one on the flank and the thigh, well, actually, including the stab wound in the chest, they washed these out, but they did not want to suture them closed because they would worry that would increase the risk of an infection in the wound to kind of close everything up inside of there. So they let it heal by secondary intention, which is just the term for letting that kind of close on its own and heal from the inside out instead of closing the skin.
Is that pretty standard with wounds such as this, to not suture them?
Yes.
Directing your attention to page 22 of States 93, where it indicates secondary, withdrawn primary assessment and secondary assessment. What is the difference between the two of those?
These are specific to the trauma process. When patients come in after injuries like this, the primary assessment is what is immediately life-threatening happening right now. Is the patient breathing? Are they circulating blood well? Are they able to talk to us and they're what we call protecting their airway? They can keep their airway open. And then the secondary assessment is a head-to-toe kind of protocolized examination to make sure there are no other injuries that are missed.
On page 22 of that exhibit, under primary assessment where it indicates breathing, minimally labor with some associated
Dyspnea.
Thank you. What does that mean?
That means that his breathing was a little bit fast, a little bit difficult. He appeared to be having a little bit of a hard time breathing. That's what they say by minimally labored. And dyspnea is the subjective sensation of shortness of breath. When someone feels short of breath, that's called dyspnea.
How long does that typically last with an injury such as this?
After the chest tube is placed, that can resolve pretty quickly, but without that, it would last for a while. If the patient survives, it would be a process of healing that would take some time, days probably.
Do you know how long Mr. Hine was kept in the hospital for?
2 nights, and then actually I wasn't sure if it was 1 night or 2 nights. I think it's 2 nights though, ultimately.
What was the purpose of keeping him for so long?
That is to monitor the effectiveness of the chest tube and make sure that air leak resolves, that once that wound starts kind of closing on its own and there's no longer the passage to allow air out of the chest or into the chest cavity, then they can safely remove the chest tube. So it's really that period of time to monitor and make sure things are not getting worse and that they're getting better.
Under where it says secondary assessment on page 22 of states 93, it does indicate nose, and it says no injury. That was a little surprising to me, as you had indicated that he did suffer some broken nose. Why does it say no injury there?
I think this is fairly common in a situation like this where that was not their primary focus, and so that can be missed. It may have been the case. I mean, I think looking back at the photographs, his nose was not visibly injured that badly, so it wasn't something that was focused on. And it may not have been particularly tender when they felt the area, so they didn't appreciate looking at the nose that it looked injured. And then we saw in the CAT scan that he did have a broken
That it
nose.
indeed was. States 93 on page 64 of that exhibit. Do you see any indication on this page of if the patient's blood was tested for alcohol?
Yes, let's see. Yes, I do see that.
Okay. And what does it indicate?
That the result of that test was a value of 7 milligrams per deciliter.
What does that mean in BAC terms, in blood alcohol
Right.
content, if you can convert that?
For the state of Connecticut, I think the legal limit of driving is if you blow a .08 on the breathalyzer, that would be an 80 on this measurement, so 80. So this is like a .007 or something.
0.007.
Right, yes.
Now, based on your expertise with the fact that Ryan Hines had a .007 BAC level, will that have affected his injuries, the way he was treated in any way?
No, I mean, it would really just indicate that he had something to drink earlier in the night, but this was not a level of alcohol that would have caused his injuries to be more complicated or caused him to really be intoxicated. Clinically, we say, like not, visibly intoxicated, that kind of thing.
Thank you, Dr. Goss. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Smith, come on up.
Good afternoon, Dr. Dawson.
Hi, good afternoon.
We've never met before, correct?
Yes, correct.
So I'm just going to ask you a brief series of questions. You said as far as the nose, no injury. That could have been because it didn't appear to be visibly injured, correct?
Yes, correct.
Sorry, but the head nods aren't caught by the court
Right.
reporter. Have you ever testified before in court?
No.
Oh, okay. So the court reporter here has got to hear a yes or a no, so if you could just do that for us.
Got it.
Okay.
Yes.
And you said the patient himself wasn't complaining of pain to the nose.
Not that I recall.
And then you said, and so then there was a CAT scan that was done, and that reflected that there was a, correct me if I'm wrong, non-displaced fracture, correct?
Correct.
Did that give you any indication of the age of that non-displaced fracture?
We can generally tell on imaging if the fracture is what we call acute, meaning this just happened or not, because healing starts pretty quickly. So
Okay.
this was an acute injury that
Okay.
had just occurred.
Gotcha. And the description in the notes that you were looking at said that superior scalp and head injury likely from being kicked, correct?
Correct.
That's based on self-report?
I'm afraid I don't recall where that information came from, so I cannot speak to whether it was accurate or not. I think it was secondhand information. Of course, for me, it would have been secondhand information, but I don't know who told us that.
Okay. And that the patient did admit to some alcohol use, correct?
Yes.
And that was confirmed by the results of the toxicology, correct?
Yes.
And that he also denied any illicit substances, correct?
Correct.
But that, however, was not confirmed by the toxicology because that did reflect on page 11 positive for cannabinoid, correct?
Let me take a look.
Page 11.
Let's see. Yes. That's the result is positive. It doesn't necessarily speak to when the cannabis was used.
Okay. All right. And so You've told us today what you did as far as treating him for his wounds, correct?
Yes.
But you couldn't tell us or help this jury if what they wanted to know was why what had happened to him that evening, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect? Nothing further. All right, thank you. You're dismissed from the witness stand. Thank you. Please watch your step as you exit. And did you have an exhibit up there?
I do.
I'll take it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Certainly. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take an early lunch, so you're going to have an extended lunch break today. It is 25 of 1. We will commence evidence again at 2 p.m. So have a good lunch. Please remind yourselves of your juror conduct and the obligations and rules that we've gone over. Avoid anyone, don't talk to anyone, and don't do any independent research. And I do just want to remind you that you cannot discuss the case amongst yourselves either at this point, okay? Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch. Court stands in recess until 2 p.m.
All rise, court's in recess. Please gather your belongings.
Sorry?
All right, so. Okay. Thank you. And we don't have any. So where you should.
You should have everything, except for that one up there, but.
Thank you. Kevin, do you think that's gonna get used again? I'll just leave it there.
Probably, because we got Demetrios and the two of the kids that were in the car coming.
Okay,
See you after lunch, buddy.
All right, man. Have a great lunch. And sorry for your loss, by the way.
All right, thanks, man. Life goes on, child doesn't stop, man.
Yeah.
Good job, Dan.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah, the marshals, they take them to the thing, they take sport them to the back. They don't have to do it.
All right.
We got a little system there.
Good. Yeah, you guys. Dude, it makes my life a lot easier when you guys are on top of your shit. So.
So you got how many they have? One more? They have one more witness then? State?
For today?
Yeah.
No, I thought there was two more, but I don't know. I could be wrong.
Get an extra 20 minutes, you know, that extra.
Hell yeah, bro. Come on.
She needs to
We
do this-
deserve it.
She needs to do this more often. And then tomorrow there's only 2 hours or something like that?
Yeah, 10 to 12.
That's it.
Look at that smile. We'll be at Bosnia's early. Ed Gavin just texted me. You're way too sexy for TV. Fucking wise ass. All right, I don't need to do any, this is all locked, correct?
Yeah, we're locked up, we can bounce.
So I don't have to, I'm not putting any of this evidence away.
Yeah, what's, usually, I don't know, like 5 of 2, they go back to check, make sure the jurors all made it back from lunch.
Okay.
And then we'll do the same thing, we'll walk them around. We'll be good to go. We got one more witness, we think?
1 or 2. I thought it was 2, but I could be wrong. Who's this guy?
This is like his assistant.
Oh, it's his?
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, I got some. It's pretty good terms.
What's that? Yeah, it's a good batch. Yeah. Let's go.
Good batch. Batch of cookies, huh?
From Lopez is, Lopez is in love with the one of them. The other day, the little pretty one, I went to clear a spot for her. Before I came to turn, Lopez is running. I got you, right over this way, right over. I said, yeah, I never seen you move that fast.
You know what motivates it.
All right, you may be seated. I just would like to address on the record, for purposes of the media, when we are in recess, there should be no videoing, and the recording should also be stopped as well. So just want to make sure that that's being adhered to. So thank you so much for that. All right, are we prepared with the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
So then I would at this time ask the clerk to bring the jurors in. Thank you. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors after lunch.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense stipulation.
All right, thank you so much. All right, at this point in time, I would direct the state to call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Keenan Frasick to the stand.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Please enter the witness stand. Please remain standing. And my clerk to my right is going to put you to oath, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Please state your name, spelling your last name, and address for the record, sir.
Keenan Frasick, 16 Woodcrest Avenue, Keenan, Fracz.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Keenan.
Good afternoon.
Can you just do us a favor, sit close to that microphone. The acoustics in here are pretty bad, so the jury needs to hear what you have to say, okay? Keenan, how old are you?
I am 20 years old.
And do you go to school?
I do.
Where do you go to
Central
school?
Connecticut State University,
And what are you studying?
nursing.
And are you working for the summer?
I am.
What are you doing?
I'm working part-time at Bass Pro Shops and doing lawn work.
You know why you're here today?
I do.
Why are you here today?
To say my part in what happened leading up to and after the event.
Are you nervous to be here today?
Sure am.
I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
16.
And did you go to school?
I did.
Where did you go to school?
St. Joseph High School.
And what year were you?
I was in my sophomore year.
So you're a rising junior?
Yes.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Jack Snyder?
I am.
How are you familiar with Jack Snyder?
Schoolmate.
At St. Joe's?
Yes.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Tyler De Silva?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
Schoolmate at St. Joe's.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Raul Valle?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
Schoolmate at St. Joe's.
Does he have a nickname?
He does.
And what is his nickname?
He was called Lido.
And is the defendant, is Raul present in courtroom today?
He is.
And what is he wearing?
Blue suit.
And can you please point him out for the record? Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant in this case?
Court will allow the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valley. Thank you.
Now, Keenan, I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022, specifically Madigan Leifer's house. Can you tell us what was going on at Madigan Leifer's house that night and what time you got there?
There was a party going on. Couple of grades mixed within the St. Joseph school community. We were all hanging out, having a good time, obviously drinking some alcohol. And I believe I got there around, I'd say 9 o'clock.
And were you drinking?
I was.
How much were you drinking?
3 beers.
And when we say beers, what kind of beer? Remember?
Busch Light.
Bush Light? And how long were you there, well, withdrawn? At some point in time, when you were at Madigan Lifer's house, did individuals show up that you were not familiar with? Or are you aware that individuals showed up that you're not familiar with?
I am aware.
Okay. But you didn't see them?
Did not see it.
Around what time would you say, how long were you at Madigan Lifer's house between the time you got there and the time that you became aware that these individuals showed up?
I can't put an exact time on it, but it was around 1 to 2 hours.
Okay. So at some point in time, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were exactly doing aside from drinking alcohol. What were you doing at the party at the Lifer house?
Socializing with my friends, maybe playing some drinking games like beer pong, something of those sorts.
Do you know whether or not when you were there, whether or not Jack Snyder was at that party?
Jack Snyder was present.
And was Tyler DeSilva there?
He was.
And was the defendant there?
He was.
Now, at some point in time, were you inside the house or outside the house when you were at this party?
Inside for most of the time.
At some point in time, did you exit the house for some reason?
I did.
And why did you exit the house?
My buddy named Ryan, he said he wasn't feeling well, felt uneasy, said he had to vomit. So I took him outside, went around the house into the back, and was with him while he was vomiting.
And when you were doing that, how long would you say you were out back with him for?
I'd say 20 minutes.
And after 20 minutes, did you return to the garage or driveway area of the home?
I did.
And when you did that, what, if anything, was occurring at that moment?
Nothing was occurring at that moment as we were driving, or I'd say walking around the house. We heard some shouting from a car from the driving past the road, and we're trying to figure out what was going on.
And did you in fact figure out what was going on?
We were informed.
Okay. And were you informed about a fight that had taken place?
We were informed.
You did not witness that fight?
Did not.
And at some point in time, shortly after that fight, did the party break up?
It did.
And can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the circumstances surrounding the party breaking up?
Can you repeat that?
Well, in other words, you got back, you heard about this fight. How long after did you hear about the fight did the party break up?
Oh, within 20 minutes.
And how did the party break up? Did parents inform you the party was over? How did that happen?
I don't believe it was the parents. The older sister was telling everybody to disperse and get out of the house. The party was over.
And so when the party was over, what, if anything, were you concerned about at that point in time?
Trying to get home.
And did you have a ride home at that point?
I did not.
And were you hanging out with anybody at the moment, at that moment, who also needed a ride home?
Yes.
And who was that?
Demetrios Arfanis and Will Sinchwald.
And at some point in time, were you able to find a ride home?
Yes.
Now, prior to that, you recall seeing the defendant, Jack Snyder, at the house?
Yes. Yes.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 53. Can you identify the people in State's 53? This person in the red?
Jack Snyder.
And how about this person here with the helmet on?
Raul Valle.
The defendant?
Yes.
Now, at some point in time, you were able to find a ride from Lazy Brook?
I was.
And who offered you a ride?
Jack Snyder.
Okay. And was anybody else offered a ride at that point in time?
Yes, Demetrios Arfanis was. He was planning from the beginning of the night to sleep over at my house after the party. And Will Sinchwald.
And at some point in time, did you get into Jack's car?
Yes.
Show you States 30. You recognize States 30?
That was the vehicle.
That's Jack's car?
Yes.
And when you got into that vehicle, who else got into the vehicle with you?
Jack Snyder was driving his car. Tyler DeSilva, Lido Valley, or Raul Valle, Demetrios, myself, Will Sinchwald, and Mackenzie Traficante.
Now, how do you know all those people?
We all went to school together at St. Joe's.
You were all St. Joe students?
Yes.
Now, when you left Lazy Brook in Jack's car, did you know where you were headed?
We were going to Trumbull High
Why were you going there?
to figure out where we were going to go after, whether it was a different party, hang out at somebody else's house. It was kind of just like a middle grounds almost to figure out where we were going to go next.
And did you, in fact, at some point get to Trumbull High School?
We did.
And when you got there, did you guys discuss what to do next?
Not really. When we got to Trumbull High, we met up with some other females that were at the party, and the whole group of people were split up, and Lito, Jack, and Tyler were talking amongst themselves, and I was talking to a different group of individuals, and so I had my own separate conversation.
So were you close enough where you could hear what the defendant was talking about with Jack and Tyler?
No,
How long would you say you were at Trumbull High School for?
I'd give it 20 minutes.
Okay. And when you were at Trumbull High School, did you have anything to drink between the time you left Lazy Brook and the time you got to Trumbull High School?
No,
Did you have anything to drink when you were at Trumbull High School?
no.
Now, after about 20 minutes, did you all get back into Jack's car?
We did.
And why did you do that?
Because everything was wrapped up and thought we were going home.
You thought you were going home?
Yes,
And did you leave Trumbull High School?
we did.
And when you left Trumbull High School, where were you headed? Did you think you were going home?
I thought we were heading home to my house
At what-
with Demetrios.
At what point in time did you realize you weren't heading home?
So when we got out of Trumbull High, we took a right, and we were supposed to take a right, the next right, back into Trumbull, but we took a left into Shelton, and that's how I knew we were not going to my house.
And what town do you live in?
Trumbull.
So when you took the left to go into Shelton, was there any talk about where you're going? Drop me home, anything like that?
I assumed that we were dropping Mackenzie off because I knew she was from Shelton, but didn't know what part, didn't know where she lived.
At some point in time, did you pull up on a house in Shelton?
We did.
And do you recall what house that was?
The estate of Tyler Rich.
Show your state's 9. Is that the house that you guys pulled up to?
Yes.
Show your state's 49. Again, aerial view, is that the Tyler Rich house that you pulled up to?
Yes.
Can you tell us in state's 49 where exactly you guys pulled up, if you can recall?
I can't exactly recall the road we came in on. I knew we were facing the direction of a cul-de-sac, and we were right in front of the driveway, and drove by, turned around at the cul-de-sac, and then went back towards the driveway.
And at some point in time,
Prior to arriving at Tyler Rich's house, were you aware of a group chat that was going on between some of your friends and some of the Shelton High School kids?
After the fact, I know about it now. I was not a part of that group chat, and there was no talk about that group chat, so no, I was not informed.
At some point in time, when you pulled up to for Tyler Rich's house, did you witness anybody exit that house?
When we initially drove by,
Sure.
there were people outside.
And at some point in time, when you stopped in front of the house, did people approach the car?
After we turned around the cul-de-sac, and we got surrounded by people.
And how many people would you say, were outside at any given time?
At least 20.
At least 20? And when they surrounded the car, can you tell us a little bit about how that interaction initially took place?
So initially, we got surrounded, and no, I believe they were on one side of the car, and
What side of the car were they on?
the driver's side. And everything was cordial at first, and then someone from the back shouted something, and then Jack Snyder replied back, and then things started getting out of hand, and the car got surrounded.
And when you say the things got out of hand, what kind of things were happening?
The tensions were escalating.
And when you say tensions, were people arguing?
They were.
At some point in time, did anything happen where, was anything thrown at the car, or did anybody touch the car?
Yes, things were thrown, and the people were on the back of the car bouncing on the rear bumpers. People were outside the passenger window, the back seat windows, banging on the windows.
And when that happened, what, if anything, happened next with regards to the car?
With regards to the car, things were just getting way too out of hand. I was pretty scared at the moment, and then I don't remember who shouted, but someone said go, and Jack Snyder hit the gas pedal, and we went.
And when you went, where did you go?
We went down the road, about 2-3 houses, but they were pretty spread out.
And in States 49, can you see where you went down the road?
Yes, towards the top of the image.
So somewhere in this area here?
Yes.
If the record can reflect, I'm pointing on the left side of on the right side of the picture towards the top of Laurel Glen. We're just before the intersection of Farmhouse Road and Laurel Glen.
Court will allow the record to reflect that. Thank you.
And when the car went up that way, what, if anything, happened when you were up there?
The individuals inside of the car got out, including myself, and some Shelton kids ran up, and they were talking with Lito, Jack, and Tyler Da Silva.
And who, if you can recall, who exactly got out of the car at that moment?
I don't remember.
Did you get out of the car at some point?
I did get out of the car at some point.
Why did you get out of the car?
Really because nothing good was happening there. Kind of walked into a trap and wanted to escape.
And you said people from down the street ran down,
Yes.
and did they speak to any of you guys down the road?
They did not speak to myself, Demetrios, Mackenzie, or Will. We were sitting on the curb away from the car, and they were talking to Tyler, Jack, and Lito.
And when they were talking to Tyler and Jack, what was the tone of the conversation? Not what they said, but what was the tone of the back and forth?
At first, everything was cordial, and then it escalated a little bit.
Was there any arguing going on?
Not really too much shouting. I would say it was pretty cordial at first.
At some point, well, let me ask you this. Did you witness the Shelton kids interacting with the defendant and Tyler and Jack?
Yes.
And did you witness any physical altercation down the road when the kids came down the road? Was there any fighting, physical fighting?
No.
How long would you say the interaction was between your group of friends and the Shelton kids?
I give it 5 minutes.
Now, I want to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 44. Let me play the second video. Yep. Now, have you seen that before?
I have.
You've seen that in my office?
Yes.
Now, do you know whether or not that part of the video happens before you get out of the car or after you get out of the car?
I believe it happened before.
So you're kind of still in the car, a couple people get out, or 3 people get out, walk down the road, you're in the car, and at some point, does Jack turn the car around and come back? How does that happen? Let us know what the
How got
Like,
to,
if you
got
can
to the
recall,
curb area.
what's that?
How I got to the curb area.
Yeah,
Is that
how
what you're
that,
asking?
so based on that, if that happens before you get out of the car, help us understand when you get out of the car in relation to that exhibit.
That video was pretty much a blur. That's one part of the night.
Right.
It was new to me once you showed me that video. Didn't exactly remember or recall exactly how all those events went down. I can't say if I got out of the car before that happened or after that happened. But I know before the individuals went back, I was already out of the car with a couple of my friends who I arrived with sitting on the curb.
So when you say the individuals went back, are you referring to the kids from the Shelton group?
No, I'm referring to Jack, Lito, and Tyler.
Oh, okay. So, well, let me ask you this. At some point, this is a small picture or small video of what happened down the road, right? So at some point in time, you get out of the car with Will, Mackenzie, and Dimitri,
Yes.
and you sit on the curb.
Yes.
When you do that, is there an interaction between Tyler, Jack, and the defendant?
Yes.
Can you please explain what that interaction is like?
So the interaction was, first of all, it was agitated. The scene was tense. Lito was searching for a weapon in the car. He said, "Jack, where is your knife? Where the F is your knife?" And he was looking around in the glove box and the center console and did not find anything.
I'm sorry?
I did not see a knife.
How was the defendant reacting prior to looking for the knife?
He was on edge
Why was he on edge?
because he was upset he was upset from what happened to Jack's car.
And what kind of things was he saying to make you feel like he was upset? How was he acting?
It's going pretty insane. I'd say he was using vulgar language, cussing. Jack, look what the F they did to your car.
And after he said, look what the F that they did to your car, that's when he asked Jack, where's the knife?
Yes.
How long would you say that was going on for down the street?
That they were searching?
Well, that the defendant was acting in an aggressive manner and cursing and going insane because of what happened to the car, and then looking for the knife.
No more than 30 seconds.
And you indicated that you did not see a knife?
I did not.
Do you know whether or not the defendant ended up finding a knife?
After the fact,
Right, but at the moment
I
you did-
assume he found a knife, but in the moment, did not see a knife and believed for the rest of the night that he never found a knife because I never saw one.
Now, when you say that the three of them went back down the street, before they go back down the street, was there any talk about going back down the street by the defendant?
Yes.
What was he saying?
I don't remember the exact words they were saying, but there was conversation. I was too far away to hear the exact words, and they got back in and drove down.
Now, not telling us what either Jack or Tyler said, did any of those two individuals try to talk the defendant out of going back down the street?
Tyler did.
Now, at some point in time, you indicate that the car leaves to go down the street.
Yes.
Do you see who gets in Jack's car before going down the street?
Yes.
Who?
Jack was driving, and Lito, and Tyler De Silva.
And when the car goes down the street, how long would you say the car was down the street for before it returned?
No more than 5 minutes.
And when it was down the street, what if anything did you hear when it was down the street?
So it went down the street, and the four of us were talking amongst ourselves, trying to really figure out what was going on. and how we ended up in the situation. And they drove down, and you can kind of hear the tire screech a little bit, and so you know the car is stopping. And you can't see it, but you could hear it. One, because we were far away. Two, because it was dark. Three, there might have been something obstructing our view. You hear a lot of yelling, but it wasn't high-pitched yelling, which came next. It was more of a rowdy yelling, shouting, and then eventually it turned into a very high-pitched scream.
And after about 5 minutes of the yelling and then high-pitched screaming, did you witness the car return?
Yes.
And when the car returned, were you able to witness what Tyler DeSilva looked like?
Yes.
And what did he look like?
He was bleeding a lot, bruised everywhere. I asked him a simple question, and I didn't really get an answer, so he was just about unconscious.
And were you able to witness what the defendant looked like?
Yes.
And how did the defendant appear to you?
Shocked. He had like a shocked look on his face. Didn't look as battered as Tyler DeSilva was, nowhere near. But I wasn't inspecting him.
Now, at some point in time, when you, Will, Dimitri, and Mackenzie were waiting down the road, were you able to make arrangements to get another ride home?
Yes.
How did that come about?
So once we were sitting on the curb, Carolyn, who was Will's girlfriend at the time, was picking him up. So Will was getting his ride home. And by the time the car returned before I saw Tyler and Lito after what happened, Will was already gone. His girlfriend picked him up. So he was gone. It was just me, Demetrios, and Mackenzie. And Mackenzie asked us if we needed a ride, and her sister could bring us home.
And did you in fact get into the car with Mackenzie?
We did.
Can you play it?
Again, this is Exhibit 44. I want to have you watch real quick. Is that Jack's car taken off?
Yes.
And these individuals in the road getting into the car here, that's you and
Myself, Mackenzie, and Demetrios.
that's at about 11:55 at night?
Sounds about right.
You hear the high-pitched screaming in the background? Did you hear that?
I did not hear it.
So when Jack's car took off, do you know who left in Jack's car with him?
Tyler.
And who got into Mackenzie's sister's car?
So it was myself and Demetrios and Mackenzie. And then I shut the door. And then after, Lito got in.
Lito got in, the defendant?
Yes.
And when he got in, where did he sit in the car? Do you remember?
Rear side or back right,
And where were you seated in the car?
right next to him,
In the middle?
in the middle.
And on the car ride withdrawn, when you guys left Laurel Glen, who was the first to get dropped off?
Myself and Demetrios.
And how long was the ride from Laurel Glen to your house?
Say 8 minutes.
And in that 8-minute ride, Did the defendant say anything in the 8-minute ride over?
No.
In that 8-minute ride, were you able to observe whether or not he had any blood on him?
I did not see any.
Did it appear that he had been in a fight?
You can assume so.
But you didn't see, it didn't appear so?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Cross-exam?
Good afternoon, Mr. Frasek.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before.
Nice to meet you.
We've never met before.
True.
Okay. You're nervous today.
Of course.
First time testifying in court.
It is.
Just gonna go over with you some of your testimony, okay?
Sounds good.
Now, in this case, this isn't the first time that you've spoken about this particular matter, right?
No.
You mentioned you've met with the state's attorney a few times, correct?
Correct.
He showed you some videos, correct?
Correct.
He showed you these 2 videos that we saw today, correct?
Correct.
Have you also seen another video of the fight that took place in the front of Laurel Glen Drive?
No.
You've never seen the fight where Tyler Da Silva is down on the ground?
No.
Are you aware that such a video exists?
I've heard chat about it.
And in your case, you spoke, you gave 2 statements, right? You spoke with Detectives Iannotti and Nugent on May 16th,
Sounds right.
and again with Detective Bango and McPadden on September 1st, correct?
Yes.
You were telling us about being at 5 Lazy Brook Road earlier. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were invited to that party by whom?
I don't recall whom, but friends.
Did you see Austin Leifer there?
I did.
And what was Austin Leifer doing while you were there?
Drinking like everybody else.
And you told us that you had gone outside with somebody that was ill and throwing up. Do you remember that?
I do.
Was that Austin Leifer?
No.
Did you see Austin Leifer while you were outside?
No.
And you told us that you were there around 1 to 2 hours before these other kids who you said were uninvited arrived, correct?
Sounds about right.
And you were there for 1 to 2 hours, as well as Mr. Snyder and Mr. Valle and Mr. Da Silva?
We were there roughly the same amount of time.
You didn't see anybody try to kick them out of that party?
Please rephrase that.
So you didn't see anybody try to tell them to leave that party while you were there for that 1 to 2 hours, did you?
You're talking about the defendant?
Yes, and Mr.
No.
Snyder and Mr. Da Silva.
Well, once the party ended, that's when everybody in a whole was asked to leave.
Everybody was kicked out at that point.
Yes. Yes.
But before that,
No.
you didn't see anybody tell them that they had to leave.
No.
And you saw a photograph earlier. That's State's Exhibit 53. You see that? Can you see that on your screen there?
No.
No.
We have to adjust the screen.
It's Herbie.
Technical difficulties. Okay, you can see it now.
I do.
Is that photograph taken at the Leifer's house?
I believe so, yes.
Appears to be.
Yes.
Can you identify either of these 2 folks in the background?
Cannot.
But to the best of your knowledge, that was taken down there in the basement because you recognize the basement where you work, correct?
If it's from the same night, I assume it's the basement.
Well, do you recall these outfits being the clothes that they were wearing?
Yes.
And did you see Mr. Valle that evening wearing some sort of neck pillow around his neck?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Do you recall seeing him wearing this motorcycle helmet?
No.
Okay. Does this banner on the back wall, does that look familiar to you?
I didn't pay too much attention to the decor.
Anything about that look to you like it's the basement where you were hanging out for the 1 to 2 hours?
It's safe to say it is.
Okay. So you were there for 1 to 2 hours. This photograph you think was taken there in that basement. That's Mr. Valle and Mr. Snyder, correct?
Yes,
You don't recall anybody telling them, hey, you're not invited, you got to get out of here.
that never happened.
And while you were there, you were drinking Busch Light, you told us.
Yes,
You had 3 beers.
3.
3. And you said at some point you became aware that 3 uninvited individuals showed up. Did you actually see them show up?
No,
You were outside at that point.
my buddy was vomiting.
And what was your buddy's name again?
Ryan.
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 Was he also a St. Joe's student?
He was.
And you didn't see the fight that occurred in front of 5 Lazy Brook?
Did not.
Okay. But when you got back to the driveway, you said you saw a car go driving by and you heard some shouting coming from that car?
There was shouting.
What was the shouting?
F you, and then some vulgar language.
Some vulgar language, okay. Did that appear to be directed at anyone?
The people in the driveway.
And in the driveway, did that still include Mr. Snyder, Mr. De Silva, Mr. Valle?
I can't recall if they were in the driveway still or who was out there. I would assume so.
And at that point, you told us you were concerned about trying to get home, right?
Yes.
And you had with you Demetrios Arfanis, who had been planning to sleep over at your house that night,
Yes.
and Will Sinchwald, right?
I don't know if Will was supposed to sleep at my house. I can't recall what our plans with Will were, but if he needed someplace to sleep, it would have been my house.
Okay, he was a friend of yours.
He was.
And the 3 of you were offered a ride by Jack Snyder.
Yes.
Had you ever ridden with Jack Snyder before?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Was he somebody that you were close with?
In school, yes.
Tyler De Silva, was he somebody that you were close with?
In school, yes.
And Raul Valle, was he somebody that you were close with?
In school, yes.
When you say in school, what does that mean exactly?
Like, we wouldn't go out of our ways to hang out with each other
Okay.
outside of school.
Okay. But on this night, at least, you happened to be at the same party.
Yes, we'd see each other at numerous parties before.
Okay. And so when you got into Jack's car, it was yourself, Jack Snyder, Tyler De Silva, Raul Valle, correct?
Yes.
Demetrios, Will Sinchwald, and Mackenzie Traficante.
Sounds right.
And so there were 7 of you in that pilot. Is that fair to
Sounds
say?
right. Yep.
Anybody else?
No.
And when you were in the car, what did it sound like in the car?
There was no music played.
No music playing?
No.
So you could hear everybody talking?
No.
Okay. Where were you seated?
In the back.
In the back as far as the trunk area, or in the back as far as the row
Not
of
in the trunk
seats?
area.
So the
In-
row of
in the
seats
seating.
directly behind the
seating.
passenger and the driver.
Yes.
And which end of that seat were you on?
I don't remember.
Were you by a door?
I don't remember. I was in the back row of seats.
Who were you sitting beside?
I don't remember. I just remember Jack was driving and the 6 other individuals, including myself, were in the car.
Do you remember Demetrios being in the trunk area?
That I do remember.
Okay, why do you remember that in particular?
Because when we were surrounded outside the Rich house, I looked back to him and said, we have to get out of here.
Was he the only one that was in the trunk area?
Will Sinchwald could have been, but he was in the car.
And you were shown a photograph showing you State's Exhibit 30. I'm trying to show you State's Exhibit 30. There we go. And you identify that as the vehicle that you were riding in, correct?
It was a Honda Pilot.
And when you got in the vehicle that night, it did not have this shattered windshield, did it?
When I initially got in,
When you initially got in.
it did not.
And you told us that you went over to Trumbull High School at that point, right?
We did.
And you met up with some girls there, you said.
Yes.
Were those also girls from the party that you had just been at?
Yes.
Okay. How did you know to meet up with them there at Trumbull High School?
Outside the Lifer household, everybody was piling into cars to try to find rides home, and we ended up mutually going to Trumbull High.
Okay. Was that a sort of known meetup spot?
No.
You saw two other folks there that night too, right? Not just the girls. There was a car with two gentlemen in it, right?
Yes.
Do you remember who they were?
Yes.
Who was that?
I know one of them was in there, Shane,
Shane,
Coacher.
Coach. And was one of them Mike Bagley?
Sounds about right.
Okay. And they were in a white BMW?
Yes.
And how do you know those two individuals?
I grew up with them.
Were they also students at St. Joe's?
They were students at Trumbull High School.
Okay, they were students at Trumbull High. The other two girls, though, they were students at St. Joe's.
Which girls are you referring to?
The two girls that you met at Trumbull High School.
I believe so, yes.
And when you got to Trumbull High School, did you tell us that everybody got out of the car?
Mostly everybody got out of the car. Can't exactly remember how it all happened, but people were scattered.
Okay. And how long did the ride from 5 Lazy Brook to Trumbull High School take?
A few minutes.
3 or 4, 5 or 6?
5 or 6.
5 or 6 minutes. No drinking in the car on the way there.
No.
Was there alcohol in the car?
There could have been. I don't recall.
You didn't see anybody drinking?
No.
You didn't drink yourself?
No.
And you said you stayed there for about 20 minutes, right?
Sounds about right, yes.
And then you got back into Jack's car and you thought that you were going home to your house, right?
Yes.
Because Jack had told you that he was going to be your ride home, right?
Because my ride, when I got to the Lifer household, left. So I didn't have a ride. Jack said he could bring me home.
Okay. And everybody got back into the car at that point, right?
The 7 individuals that were in the car leaving the Lifer household got back in the car.
Okay. And nobody said where you were going at that point. You just told us you assumed that you were going home, right?
I assumed I was going home with Demetrios and Will, or maybe Will was getting dropped off after. My house, compared to everybody else, is the closest to Trumbull High, so I assumed I was going home first.
Gotcha. Nobody said, hey, we're going somewhere else, right?
Not that I remember.
And I think you told us that you, while you were there, well, who were you talking to while you were outside of the car at Trumbull High School?
I can't recall everybody I talked to, or even who I talked to. It just wasn't. I wasn't talking to Lito, Jack, and Tyler.
Okay. So you said they were somewhere among themselves.
That sounds right.
Did you see them, or you just assumed that?
It was safe to assume.
Okay. So you didn't see them.
I saw that they weren't with me. So that means they have to be together.
Okay. But you didn't actually see them together, is what I'm asking.
I wasn't focusing my attention on them.
I understand that. You were
Okay.
talking to other people.
Yes.
I'm just saying, you assumed that they were somewhere together, but you didn't actually see them somewhere together, did you?
They were at the car.
Oh, you saw them at the car?
Yeah.
Where were they at the car?
I can't recall if they were inside or outside, but I was not near the car, so I wasn't with them.
So you don't have a clear recollection of seeing them together at the car, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's, yes, you don't have a clear recollection, right?
please repeat that?
You said yes, and it was either you do have a clear recollection of them being at the car, or you don't have a clear recollection.
Yes, I have a clear recollection they were at the car.
You have a clear recollection
And I
now
was
of
not with
seeing
them.
them at the car.
Yes.
You just said that they could have been in the car, they could have been out of the car.
They
Were
could
they
have
in the
been.
car or out of
It's-
the car?
It's been 3 years.
I'm sorry?
It's been 3 years.
I understand that, sir. I'm just asking you what your recollection is. You said they could have been in the car, they could have been out of the car. Now you're telling me you have a clear recollection. Were they in the car? Were they out of the car?
I guess my recollection's not clear enough. They were around the car.
Okay. And do you recall what they were doing when they were around the car?
Most likely chatting.
Not what were they most likely doing, sir? What do you recall them doing when you've told us now that they were around the car?
Chatting.
You saw them chatting?
Yes.
What did you see in their hands?
I don't recall seeing anything in their hands.
You sure you're not assuming that they must have been there because you don't recall seeing them with your groups of friends that you were talking to?
I'm going to object based on, it's a little argumentative.
I'm going to overrule it.
I'm going to ask you to repeat that, please.
Are you sure that you're not assuming that they must have been by the car because you don't recall seeing them with the groups of friends that you were with?
So where we were near the baseball fields at Trumbull High. The car was parked maybe 20 feet away. We were sitting near a curb or talking to a car near the curb. So they were in our point of view. So yes, I saw.
Okay, so you did see them at the car.
Yes.
You saw them inside the car?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll allow the follow-up. There's been some confusion. Go ahead.
They were in the car.
Not outside the car.
They were in the car.
They were in the car.
They were in the car.
Windows up or windows down?
I don't recall.
And when you left the parking lot at Trumbull High School, you said you knew that you weren't going to your house because the car took a left to Shelton, right?
Yes,
And you live in Trumbull.
I do.
And at that point, you said you assumed that they were going to drop off Mackenzie because you knew she lived in Shelton, right?
Yes.
And nobody said, hey, we're leaving right now and we're going somewhere, correct?
No, nobody said that.
The car just started following this direction, right?
Yes, I assumed I was going home.
And there was another car following you, right? The white BMW?
There was.
And that was Shane Kocher and Mike Bagley's car?
They don't share a car. I believe it was Shane's car.
Okay. It was Shane's car. Mike Bagley was with him.
Yes.
And you saw them following you?
They were going to follow me.
And how long was the ride from Trumbull High School to Tyler Rich's house?
More than 5 minutes.
More than 5 minutes? Less than 10?
I don't recall the exact time frame, but it was more than 5 minutes.
Had you been there before?
I have not.
And you said that initially the car came up to 43 Laurel Glen but drove by it, right?
Yes.
When you drove by, you could see that there were people already outside of 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes.
How many people?
I can't put an exact number on it, but it was less than the amount of people that surrounded the car once we turned around.
Okay, and you said that was at least 20 people, right?
Yes.
Could have been as many as 30?
Could have been.
And so when you drove by the house the first time, was it 10 people in the yard, 15 people in the yard?
I can't put an exact number on it.
Was it 5 people in the yard?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
You drove by, you saw these people in the yard, and then the car turned around at the cul-de-sac. Was that down at Farmhouse Lane where the car stopped later on?
I'd have to look at a map, but we drove by the Rich house and turned around.
Mr. Frazick, I don't mean to surprise you, but I'm going to come around you now and show you what is on the easel. State's Exhibit 1. Let's see if that can help us a little bit, okay? You got a pointer right there beside you. All right, do you see the red dot?
Yes.
Does that look like 43 Laurel Glen that we saw in the other pictures?
It does.
And did the car that you were riding in come up Adams Drive and turn left onto Laurel Glen?
I don't recall the exact route we took in.
Okay. But at some point, you went past 43 Laurel Glen, right?
We were in front of Laurel Glen and then turned around at the cul-de-sac.
And when you say turned around at the cul-de-sac, which cul-de-sac are you describing using that Exhibit 1 in front of you?
There's only one up there.
Okay. So you went down to the end of Adams Drive and turned around.
Yes.
And that is different than the other end of the street where you have the intersection with Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Yes.
So you were in the vehicle and it drives past, you can see people in the yard, go up to the end of Adams Drive, car turns around, right?
Yes.
And at that point, where did the vehicle go?
After we turned around,
Yes.
it was back out in front of the Rich household,
And when you say back out in front of the Rich house,
in front of the driveway.
blocking the driveway so that cars couldn't get out?
I don't believe it was blocking the driveway,
I'm gonna
but
show you.
it was in the road.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 49. Can you see that up on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe for us, using this picture, where that car parked?
Where the driveway meets the road, but in the middle of the road.
In the middle of the road?
It was not in the driveway.
Not in the driveway?
Yes.
Closer to the other side of the street or closer to the driveway?
I can't recall.
And then at that point, the car stopped, correct?
Yes.
And you said that at least 20 people surrounded the car, right?
Not at first.
Okay.
They were on the driver's side.
Okay. How many people were there at first on the driver's side?
Under 20.
Under 20.
Yes.
More than 10?
Yes.
And you said at first they were only on the driver's side and that at first it was peaceful.
Yes.
What was peaceful about it? Can you describe what was happening?
There wasn't any shouting. I would say that's peaceful.
Okay. Were people talking?
Yes.
Were the windows rolled down?
Mine was not. I believe the only window rolled down was the driver's side window.
When you say yours was not, where were you?
In the back.
And you were near a window? You were up against a door?
I don't recall, but I was in a back seat, and the nearest window would have been one of those two windows in the back.
Was there any music on inside the car as you drove there?
I can't recall.
And you said people were talking, correct?
Amongst themselves.
When you say amongst themselves, is that within the vehicle itself or between the two groups?
When we were surrounded,
Yes.
or when they're on the driver's side, like that time?
When they're on the driver's side and you've described it as being peaceful and people were talking?
Yep.
Who was talking? Was that within the car or was that between the two groups?
It was between the two groups.
Okay. Did you hear any threats being made?
At first, no.
Did you see any weapons?
No.
And then you said things started getting out of hand, right?
Sounds right.
You described tensions were escalating, right?
Sounds right.
And was Mr. Valley uttering threats at that point?
I can't recall Mr. Valley talking at that point.
You don't recall Mr. Valley talking to any of the people outside the vehicle, is that fair to say?
Fair.
And do you recall where Ms. Trafficante was?
Can't recall. She was in the car.
She was in the car.
She was.
Was she sitting on Mr. Valley's lap?
I can't exactly recall.
Your attention was directed to the people outside the vehicle that were becoming more aggressive. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you've described that things were being thrown at the vehicle.
Things were thrown.
Do you know what was being thrown?
Objects.
What kind of objects?
Hard objects.
Hard objects. Do you know, can you describe any of those objects?
I can't,
How did you know they were hard objects
because it made a loud sound.
as they hit the car?
Yes.
Did you hear glass shatter?
I did not.
You said that people were on the back of the car,
Yes.
like on the bumper,
On the bumper.
standing on it,
Standing on the bumper.
bouncing up and down.
Bouncing up and down.
You could feel that inside the vehicle.
If someone's bouncing on the bumper, the car bounces. So
How
yes.
many people were on the back?
I can't put a number on it.
More than one?
I can't remember.
I'll allow it.
You can't put a number on.
No.
There were people on the passenger side as well at this point.
Once things got out of hand, yes.
Once things got out of hand, as you've described it, in fact, the car was completely surrounded, right? People on all sides.
Yes.
At least 20 people at that point.
Yes.
Could have been more.
Could have.
And you said you were pretty scared.
I was.
What did you think those people were going to do to the car?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
What was scary about that to you?
You're 7 people trapped inside a car. People banging on it, throwing things at it, bouncing the car.
You weren't driving the car, right?
No.
You had no ability to make that car move, did you?
Did not.
Why didn't you just get out the door and walk away from the vehicle at that point?
Because there was an individual right outside my window,
And what was that individual right outside your window doing?
banging on the car.
Banging on the door?
Yes.
How many people were on the passenger side at that point?
More than I could count.
People in front of the vehicle as well?
Yes.
And could you hear a rumbling sound of fists and feet kicking and punching the vehicle?
I wouldn't call it rumbling. I can't remember the exact sound, but you could definitely hear the car being hit.
Did anybody get on the front of the car and bounce up and down like they did on the back?
I don't believe so.
Did you see anybody reach into the driver's side of the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anybody put their body into the driver's side of the vehicle?
I don't recall seeing any of that.
Do you recall any sort of struggle between the driver, Jack Snyder, and anybody from the group?
No, I was too focused on what was going on around me. I didn't have enough time or the attention to look in front of me.
You said at that point you were pretty scared and someone said go, right?
Someone within the car did.
Someone in the car said go.
Someone outside of the car wouldn't tell them to go.
I'm sorry?
Someone outside of the car wouldn't tell Jack Snyder to go.
Somebody outside the car would not tell Jack Snyder to go.
Yes, it would not make sense.
So somebody in the car said go, you felt the gas be hit, and the car starts going down the road, right?
Yes.
Did you have a sense of relief at that point?
I don't remember how I was feeling, but I was not happy.
Still scared?
Yes.
Terrified?
That's a good way to put it.
And you said towards the top of the photo you were shown, which showed the intersection of Laurel Glen Drive and Farmhouse Lane, the vehicle stopped, right?
It did.
And you saw on the Ring video people chasing the vehicle down there, correct?
That's what the video showed, yes.
Do you recall that?
I can't recall it. That's just a blank.
Just a blank.
Yes.
So you don't recall while the car was going down towards Farmhouse Lane that things were being thrown at the car?
I don't remember any of that.
You don't recall being chased?
I must have been in some sort of shock where that part is just a blur. All I remember is getting back onto the curb.
Was that, could you identify yourself as one of those people who got out of the car there and sat on the curb?
I was within the 4 people that sat on the curb.
So you say you were within the 4 people. You saw in that video that some people get out of the car, but the car itself continued to move, correct?
That's what the video looked like, yes.
Did you get out of the car before it continued to move?
I can't recall that.
So you don't know if you were one of those people that initially got out before it moved.
No.
And when you got out of the car and you went and sat on the curb, where were you as far as using Exhibit 1 there behind you? Can you show us where you sat? If you still have the pointer there, that might be helpful.
I believe we're around this area.
Can the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is pointing to the area just in front of what has been identified before as 36 Laurel Glen?
Court will allow the record to reflect that information. Thank you.
And which side of the road did you sit on?
After driving away from the Rich household, I was on the right side of the road.
You were on the right side of the road. So you were closest to that house, 36 Laurel Glen Drive, as opposed to the other side of the road?
Yes, I can't put a number on the house, but I remember there was a house behind us.
Okay, and you were on the side where the house was, right?
Yes.
And who was there with you when you were there by that house?
Mackenzie, Demetrios, and Will.
So there's 4 of you there. How close are you to one another?
Pretty close.
As like you could reach out and touch all of them?
I probably could have.
And when you were there, where did the car go, the Pilot that was driven by Jack Snyder?
It went back towards the Rich household.
I'm sorry?
It went back towards the Rich household.
So immediately after you got out, the car turned around and went back?
The car was stationary.
So the car was stationary. Where was it when you were sitting on the curb?
I can't recall how far away it was, but it was within view.
It was within view?
Yes, it was.
Can you point out on Exhibit 1 there where that car was?
I cannot.
You can't.
No,
Do you see the intersection there on Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane?
I do.
Was it at the intersection?
I can't recall.
So you don't know if it was beyond that intersection?
I can't recall.
You can't recall how far away that car was.
No.
And while you were sitting on the curb, you told us that the cars moved some distance away, but you can't tell us how far away it was. But you did see some Shelton High kids come running up from the direction of 43 Laurel Glen. You recall that?
Yes.
How many kids were coming running up?
Can't put an exact number on it. I'd say less than 5.
Less than 5. Did you stay in this tight group of 4 throughout the course of while you were in front of that house, or did people split up a little bit?
I can't recall. They might have split up.
You told us before that you felt like you'd walked into a trap.
Sounds right.
And you said that you were sitting on the curb away from the car and you couldn't hear what was being said between the Shelton High kids and the other kids from St. Joe's, right?
I couldn't hear the exact words. You could obviously hear that they're talking. Can't make out the words. But yes, they were talking.
You said at first everything was cordial, right?
It was.
And then it escalated,
It did.
but you couldn't hear what was being said.
No,
And the car was still stationary at that point?
it was.
You don't know how far away it was?
Nope.
You didn't see any fighting going on between those groups?
I did not.
Did you ever see Mr. Valle over, if you're looking at Exhibit 1, just before the house where you've described yourself as sitting, you see there's an area where there are some woods or some bushes there?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Valle in that area?
If you don't mind, are you talking about this area over here?
No, sir. Remember where you described yourself as being? Okay, and look, if you would, just before that house, on the same side where you've described yourself as sitting. Sorry, just that. There we go. See that area of bushes?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Valle over there?
No.
Because he was down some direction away from that by the car, according to your recollection, right?
Yes.
And you never saw anybody spray Mr. Valle in the face with anything?
No.
You never saw a can of PB Blaster being thrown?
No.
And you think that that lasted about 5 minutes down there, correct?
Yes, it was pretty cordial.
It was pretty cordial, but then you said it escalated.
It did.
What was the nature of the escalation?
I believe it was between Mr. Rich and Ty Da Silva. It turned into louder shouting, and then it almost looks like one's trying to calm another down. It looks like Tyler was trying to calm down Tyler Rich, who was pretty hot.
So now you can tell us that, in fact, you could identify two of those people that you saw down there as being Tyler Rich and Tyler Da Silva.
I know that it was those two people.
How do you know Tyler Rich?
I know his name from social media, I'd say.
And Tyler Rich was one of the as many as 5 kids from Shelton High that you saw down there.
He was among them.
Could you identify any of the other kids that were down there from Shelton High?
I could not.
Did you see Mr. Valle interacting with Mr. Rich?
Maybe they were chatting, but I can't put a definite on that.
Okay, so you couldn't tell
But
us that you saw Mr. Valle chatting
Mr.
with
Valle,
Mr. Rich.
Mr. Da Silva, and Jack Snyder were together.
They were together. Which way was the vehicle facing at that point?
I can't recall which way.
Did you see brake lights or did you see headlights?
I don't know.
Were the doors open or closed?
I don't know.
You saw Mr. Valle, Mr. Da Silva, and Mr. Snyder all outside of the car together.
All 3 of them were outside the car.
Which side of the car were they on?
I can't tell you that.
Were they moving around from place to place?
I don't remember.
The vehicle stayed down further away from you in this stationary position, correct?
Yes.
Until at some point you saw 3 people get back into it and the vehicle drove back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes, 3 individuals got in the car and drove back to Laurel Glen.
And you, Mackenzie, Demetrius, and Will were still on the curb in that same spot.
We were still on the curb.
Did you ever get up and move around to get closer to see what was going on down there?
When they went back,
No, when this was going on, what you've described down as the intersection with the Shelton High kids and the,
I can't recall. I believe we were on the curb.
you think you were just sitting on the curb?
Yes.
And then you said you heard Mr. Valle say to Jack Snyder, "Where's your knife? Where the fuck is your knife?" Right?
That did happen.
That's the only thing that you heard while you were seeing this interaction go on, that you told us you could not see or hear what else was going on?
No, you actually asked. You didn't ask me when I heard about the knife.
Okay.
It was. I can't put an exact time frame on it, but it was when I was either in the car, or just outside the car. But it happened before the 3 of them went back, and it happened after the 7 of us arrived initially on Laurel Glen.
Sometime between the time that you first got there and were surrounded
Yes.
and the time that they went back to the house,
Yes.
that's as close as you can tell us when you claim to have heard this.
Yes.
So you could have been in the vehicle when you heard this, or you could have been on the curb when you heard this.
I don't think I was on the curb because I saw with my eyes he was looking in the glove compartment and the center console.
Mr. Valle was seated in the back seat.
I don't know.
Well, sir, who was driving the car?
Jack Snyder.
And Tyler Da Silva was the front passenger, was he not?
He could have been. I don't remember.
But if Lido Valle was seated in the back seat, your recollection is that he was in the glove box looking for a knife.
If he happened to be in the back seat, I think it's within an arm's reach the center console and the glove compartment. But I do not know if he was in the shotgun seat or in the back.
This Honda Pilot, do you recall it being, the interior being somehow different than the typical car where the glove box is right in front of the passenger?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Was there something different about this Honda Pilot that the glove box was not directly in front of the passenger?
I don't believe so. I believe it was a normal car.
But your recollection is that Mr. Valle was able to reach into the glove box and was tearing the whole place apart trying to get it.
The glove box and the center console were being rummaged through.
And you said that he was on edge and he was looking for the knife because he was upset from what happened to Jack Snyder's car, right?
I don't know exactly why he was looking for it, but he was searching for it.
Well, you told us he was in the glove box, he was on edge, he was upset from what had happened to Jack Snyder's car.
He
You
was
remember
upset.
telling us that?
He was upset.
Right. So this must have occurred after you had already gotten there and the car had been surrounded, right?
Sounds right.
Okay. So did it happen as the car was driving from in front of 43 Laurel Glen to down where you got out of the vehicle?
Sounds about right.
Okay, so now you can tell us, oh, actually, you know what, that is what happened. It was while we drove from 43 Laurel Glen down to 36.
No, that's you narrowing it down, and it sounds right.
It sounds right. Are you just agreeing with me to agree with me, or do you have a
No,
recollection?
he wouldn't be rummaging through a glove box if there was nothing going on. Like when we were just approaching, he would not be rummaging through a glove box.
Do you recall the vehicle moving while he was, as you put it, rummaging through the glove box?
Cannot recall.
Do you recall him leaning up into the glove box area?
I cannot recall.
But you recall him being in the glove box?
The glove box was opened, and the center console was opened.
You saw those things happen?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Snyder pull the knife out of the console?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Snyder with the knife?
No, I never saw a knife.
You never saw the knife.
Never saw a knife.
Of Mr. Snyder, Mr. De Silva, and Mr. Valle, who did you know best?
I can't tell you that. I don't know. They were all friends.
They were all friends?
Yes.
How long had you known Mr. Snyder?
Since freshman year.
How long had you known Mr. De Silva?
Freshman year.
And how long had you known Mr. Valle?
Freshman year.
All since freshman year?
Yes.
You were a sophomore at this point.
Yes.
So you'd only known them for about 2 school years?
Sounds right.
Never knew them before that?
No.
And you're certain that this occurred while you were in the vehicle?
I said in or around.
In or around?
Yes, I could have been just outside the vehicle, but I was able to see it.
So when you say in or around, you mean you might have been in the vehicle and you saw him going into the glove box, or you might have been outside the vehicle on the curb and you saw him go in the glove box?
No,
Okay.
I was not on the curb when this occurred.
You're sure of that now?
Yes.
What do you mean when you say around the vehicle?
Within 2 feet outside the car.
So you were outside the car, possibly?
I said I could not recall whether I was inside or outside.
And you were within 2 feet. You couldn't tell us how far away that car was before. But now you're saying that when this happened, you were either in the car or you were outside of it, but only within 2 feet of it.
The knife, looking for the knife or a knife, did not happen when I was on the curb.
Well, when did it happen?
When I was either in the car, because I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
Either when you were in the car would imply that there's an or, and you've told us before, or when you were outside of the car, right?
Possibly could have been once we drove away and we were all starting to get out of the car. Then I went and sat on the curb. But it was before I sat on the curb, before they went back, and it happened after we arrived.
So you can't be certain of where you were when this happened, is that fair to say?
I can be certain that I saw it with my 2 eyes.
You can't be certain of where you were when you saw it with your 2 eyes, is that fair to say?
I was within 2 feet of the car, if not in the car.
When you're down in front of that house, was the car only 2 feet away with you?
When we're where?
When you were down in front of the house where you described getting out on the curb, was the car only 2 feet away from you now?
When I was on the curb?
Yes.
I told you I couldn't put a number on the exact feet I was from the car, but it was further than 2 feet.
Further than 2 feet, right? So
Yes.
far away that you couldn't hear what was going on down there, you told us.
That's what I said, yes.
But you think that you could see the glove box rummaging going on.
Like I said before, it did not happen when I was on the curb. When I was on the curb, that's when Tyler Rich and everybody came over and they were talking. So it happened before I went and sat on the curb.
It happened either when you were in the car, right? Or when you were outside of the car, right?
Not on the curb, though.
But you can't tell us
I
which
said
of
I was
those two it
within
was.
2 feet.
And in fact, you told us you never saw a knife that night, right?
Never saw one.
But you heard about it afterwards, right?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you told us afterwards you came to learn that there was a claim of a knife being involved, right?
When the police contacted me, yes.
Ah, so the police told you, hey, there was a knife involved, right?
Objections to what the police told them.
Sustained.
You learned from the police that they thought there was a knife involved, right?
Objection to.
Sustained.
That's when I got clarification.
Okay. And then you told us that the 4 of you, that being Mackenzie Traficante, Will Sinjwal, Demetrius Arfanos, you were talking amongst yourselves down there, right? The vehicle left.
Yes.
You could not see the car, but you could hear some yelling going on, correct?
Correct.
You heard a high-pitched scream, you told us, correct?
Correct.
And then the car returned, right?
It did.
And at that point, you were how far away from the vehicle?
We got up and approached the vehicle.
Okay. And so you were close enough that you could see that Tyler De Silva was bleeding, right?
Yes.
Bleeding a lot, you said, right?
Profusely.
Bruised everywhere, right?
Sounds right.
And I think you described him as being just about unconscious, right?
That's what I said.
And you said you could also see Mr. Valle?
I could see him.
Where was he?
I was not inspecting him
Okay. Where was he?
in the car.
Where?
I can't tell you exactly.
You don't know if he was in the passenger side or in the back seat?
I know Tyler De Silva was in the back seat.
Tyler De Silva was in the back seat.
Yes.
You don't know where you saw Mr. Valle?
No.
Could have been in the back seat?
Could have.
Could have been in the passenger seat?
He could have.
Could have been driving?
No.
No. Who was driving?
Jack Snyder.
The whole time, right?
I did not go down there and see what happened, but it's safe to assume so, yes.
You didn't see anybody else drive that vehicle that night, right?
No,
That was Jack Snyder's car, right?
it was.
And you said that Mr. Valle looked shocked, correct?
Yes.
You said he did not look as battered as Mr. De Silva,
I did say that.
but he looked battered.
He didn't look as bad as Mr. De Silva, but it also looks like nothing happened to him. Like, he looked like he was in a fight.
Looked like he was in a fight. Looked like he'd been punched in the face.
I can't tell if he was punched in the face. I was not inspecting him like that.
When you say he looked like he'd been in a fight, what do you mean?
Shocked, exhausted, could have been bruising. But my attention was more towards Mr. De Silva.
You heard Mr. Valle say that he was on his back,
I did.
that he'd been on the
I
ground.
object, that's calls for hearsay, it's a late objection, but as to what the defendant said?
This is what Mr. De Silva said? It's a-
No, Your Honor, this is what Mr. Valle
Mr.
said.
Valle said.
It's hearsay.
It is hearsay. It's,
Yes, that'd be
It's a
stricken.
statement of the defendants.
it's your client's statement. It's not opposition. I'll sustain the objection based on the hearsay.
Ask that it be stricken from the record, please.
Court will strike it from the record.
Your Honor, may we have sidebar?
Certainly. Let me just take a moment to clarify. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court did strike the last response from the record. And again, the attorney's question is not to be considered evidence. Thank you.
You described him as being not as battered as Mr. De Silva, but you admit you weren't inspecting him, so to speak.
Yes.
At that point, Mr. Senjwald got a ride from Carolyn Takis,
Yes.
and Madison Traficante came to pick you up, correct?
Yes, simultaneously.
It was about an 8-minute ride to your home, right?
Sounds about right, yes.
And you were sitting right beside Mr. Valle, correct?
I was.
Were you inspecting him at that point?
No.
Was there any music on in the car at that point?
I believe so, yes.
Loud music?
I don't know.
Do you recall when you spoke to officers about this before, telling them that you did not hear any comments about a knife when they drove down the road and everyone exited the vehicle?
Please repeat.
Do you recall telling officers when you spoke to them on September 1st that you do not recall hearing any comments about a knife when they drove down the road and everyone exited the vehicle?
I'm not too sure what you're talking about.
Nothing further, thank you.
Keenan, counsel just asked you a little bit about when the car goes down the street, people are getting out. There's this moment where you say you get out of the car and then you go sit by the curb. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. Car goes down the street. At what moment when the car goes down the street after the incident in front of 43 Laurel Glen do you do you hear the defendant ask, Jack, where's the knife? Let me get the knife.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Well, this is redirect, so overruled.
Can you repeat that, please?
At what point do you hear in the timeline, right? To the
Yep.
best of your recollection, when you drive down the street towards Farmhouse Road, you say you get out of the car at some point and then you're close to the car and you sit on the curb, but do you hear the defendant ask for the knife as you're getting out of the car and then you go sit at the curb, or do you go sit at the curb and then come back closer to the car and hear the defendant ask for the knife?
It was before I sat on the curb.
So when you drive down the street, there's a conversation between the defendant and Jack Snyder where the defendant asks him for the knife prior to you getting out, or just as you're getting out of the car.
Yes, it was prior.
And when you get out of the car, after you hear that, when do you observe him looking inside the car for the knife?
It was prior to myself and others sitting on the curb.
And at some point after you witness him looking for the knife in the car, is that when you go sit by the curb?
Yes, it was after.
And when you're sitting by the curb, I think you indicated you were sitting on the curb on the, if I may approach, Your Honor. Did you indicate you were sitting on the curb, this is States 1, in front of what has been referred to as 36 Laurel Glen? You were somewhere in this area here after that conversation occurred between the defendant and Jack Snyder?
Yes, I believe so.
So if the record can reflect, I'm referring to the area in front of 36 Laurel Glen on the right side of the road.
Record can reflect.
So at some point in time, you're seated on the curb. Does the car move away from where you were seated on the curb?
The car does move away.
How far away does it move?
Well, it eventually went back. And
Okay. So when the car is in that area where you're seated, is it facing Farmhouse Road at this point, or is it facing Laurel Glen? I mean, facing Adams?
I can't exactly recall which way it was facing.
But at some point, the car...
Turned around. It must have turned
The
around.
defendant, Jack, and Tyler get in that car, turns around and maybe goes back to 43 Laurel Glen?
They did go back.
So to the best of your recollection, the defendant asking for the knife happens after the incident in front of 43 Laurel Glen, but before they go back to 43 Laurel Glen?
And 43 Laurel Glen is the Rich household, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So the next thing I think you said on cross-examination that when counsel asked you, when did Lito ask for the knife, you said it happened before I went and sat on the curb and before Tyler Rich came over to talk. Is that right? Do you recall when the series of events,
Yes.
that's when it happened? Before Tyler Rich came down the street? Before there was
No,
that?
it was before they went back and after the car got surrounded
Okay.
outside the Rich household.
That's the best you can recall?
That is the best I can work with.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything further by the defense?
You were seated on the curb, and you claim you saw my client reaching into the glove box.
Not when I was on the curb.
Not when you were on the curb.
I just explained I wasn't on the curb.
You were in the car when you saw him reaching in the glove box.
I was within 2 feet, if not in the car, because I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
You weren't on the curb. You weren't in the car.
I could have been in the car.
You could have been in the car. You could have been out of the car.
I saw it with my own 2 eyes and heard it.
What did you see with your own 2 eyes?
The glove box and center console opened and rummaged through.
Was the defendant in the car or out of the car?
In the car.
Where was he seated?
I told you I don't remember.
The vehicle dropped you off by the curb? Where
I
you sat down?
I got out of the car and sat on the curb.
You didn't walk a long distance from where you got out of the car?
I can't recall that.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, you're all set. Thank you. Watch your step as you exit the witness box, Sarah. Thanks. All right, we'll take our afternoon recess, 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we'll take our 15-minute break. Thank you. Court stands in recess.
All right, what's the recess?
May I see counsel for a moment? We'll get the jury. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Stipulates, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll ask the state to please call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State would call Demetrius Arfanis to the stand.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please step up into the witness box, remain standing. The clerk is going to put you under oath. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Please state your full name, spelling your last name, and address for the record, sir.
Demetrius Arfanis, Arfanis, 40 Seafood Circle, Stratford, Connecticut.
Thank you.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Demetrius, do us a favor, just sit close to the microphone, speak loudly. These ladies and gentlemen need to hear you, okay?
All right.
Is it Demetrios or Dimitri?
The full name is Demetrius, but I go by Dimitri.
Okay. Do you mind if I call you Dimitri?
That's fine, yeah.
Dimitri, how old are you?
I'm 20.
And do you go to school?
I do.
Where do you go to school?
Clemson in
And what
South
year-
Carolina.
And what year are you?
I'm going into my junior year.
And do you know why you're here today?
I do.
And why are you here today?
To talk about what happened back in May 2022.
And have you and I met before
We have,
concerning this case?
yeah,
Now, directing your attention to May 14th of 2022, how old were you back then?
I was 17.
And were you in school?
I was
What school were you in?
St. Joseph's High School
And where's St. Joseph's located?
in Trumbull.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Jack Snyder?
I am.
How are you familiar with him?
We went to the same school.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Tyler DeSilva?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
We also went to the same school.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Raul Valle?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
Went to the same school.
Is Raul Valle present in the courtroom today?
He is.
And what is he wearing?
A blue suit.
And can you please point him out for the record? Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
Record will reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valley. Thank you.
Now, Dimitri, does the defendant have a nickname that he goes by?
We called him Lito.
And I want to direct your attention to that day, May 14th, 2022. Sometime earlier in the night, did you attend a party at 5 Lazy Brook Road?
I did.
Can you please tell us the circumstances surrounding you attending that party?
I went to have a good night with my friends.
And were you invited there?
Yeah, I believe so.
Who invited you?
The lifer, Austin lifer.
And when you got there, what time of day do you think it was?
It was probably like 9 o'clock.
So it was nighttime?
Yes, sir.
And when you got there, what kinds of things were happening at the Lifer household?
People were just drinking, having a good time, talking, catching up.
And when you say drinking and having a good time, what were the things that people were drinking?
Beer, alcohol.
And were you drinking that night?
I was.
How much did you have to drink?
Not that much. Few
So
drinks.
What were you drinking?
Beer, I'd say.
So you had about 2 beers, maybe?
Yeah.
And at some point in time, did you become aware of individuals from Shelton High School that arrived at the Lifer household?
I found out after the fact. I
Okay.
never saw him.
So tell me the circumstances surrounding when you were there, what was going on, and then after the fact when you found out something had happened there.
So I was just in the basement and I found out that some kids had gotten in a fight, but I didn't see it or anything.
Where were you when the fight happened?
I was in the basement.
And do you know who the fight was between?
Not sure, nah.
Not sure, okay.
I'm going to show you this exhibit. I want you to tell me if you recognize anybody. State's Exhibit 53. Do you recognize anybody in this photo?
Yeah.
Who do you recognize?
Jack Snyder and Lido Valley
Okay, which one is Jack Snyder?
in the red hoodie
And which one's Lido?
and the blue Ole Miss t-shirt.
And you recall seeing the defendant dressed like this on May 14th of 2022?
I do.
And was he dressed like this the entire time he was at Lazy Brook?
The helmet wasn't always on, but for the most part, yeah.
So he was there with Jack?
Yeah.
Was Tyler De Silva also there?
Yes.
Now, tell us about how long were you there at Lazy Brook before you left?
Like an hour.
You were there for like an hour? And why did you leave Lazy Brook?
The mom kicked everyone out.
Okay. And when did you become aware that a fight had occurred at Lazy Brook?
Towards the end.
Towards the end?
Yeah.
Do you recall who told you?
No.
Do you recall everybody that was at that party that night?
No.
Is it safe to say they were all St. Joe's students?
Yeah.
Now, at some point in time, well, let me ask you this. How did you get to Lazy Brook?
My other friend drove me, but he left.
Which friend was that?
My friend Mickey.
Mickey?
Yeah.
Was he also Keenan's ride home?
Yes.
And why was he going to bring you and Keenan home?
Because we didn't want to drive, and he offered to drive us.
Were you supposed to go straight home that night?
Yeah.
Okay. Now
Back to Keenan's.
I'm sorry?
I was sleeping at Keenan's that night.
Okay. And so Mickey left?
Yes.
When did Mickey leave? Do you recall?
Right when we got there. He didn't go in the house.
Okay. And he never came back to pick you up?
No.
And when the party got broken up that night, did you have a ride home when they kicked you out?
No.
So what did you do for a ride home?
Keenan told me that Jack had offered to drive us home.
So did you go, in fact, get into Jack's car?
Excuse me?
Did you go with Jack that night?
Yes.
What kind of car was Jack driving that night?
A Honda Pilot.
Showing you State's Exhibit 30. Is that Jack's car?
It is.
And did you get into Jack's car with other people?
I did.
Who else was in the car with you when you were getting ready to leave Lazy Brook?
It was Jack, Tyler, Will, Keenan, Lido, Mackenzie, and myself.
Now you say Mackenzie. Who's Mackenzie?
It was Lido's girlfriend
At the time?
at the time, yeah.
And you know her how?
It's just same school. We just mutual people.
And you say Will. Will who?
Will Sinjwald.
And how do you know Will?
Again, we went to the same school.
So it was you, Keenan, Lido, Tyler, Jack, Mackenzie, and Will. Right? Did I
Yes.
say Will twice?
Correct. I think so. Will twice. Yeah.
All right. So when you left Lazy Brook, withdrawn, prior to leaving Lazy Brook, did you become aware of a group chat that had started concerning the fight that happened at Lazy Brook?
No.
Now are you aware that there was a group chat that had happened that night?
I was aware when we were at Trumbull High, but not at Lazy Brook.
Okay. So at some point in time, when you left Lazy Brook, where did you go?
To Trumbull High.
And why did you guys go to Trumbull High School?
We were trying to find like another place to go to, just to continue our night, and that was kind of like the closest spot.
And when you got to Trumbull High School, did you meet anybody there?
There was one other car there, yeah.
And who was there? Do you recall?
I don't know them.
Do you recall if they were girls or boys?
Girls.
Girls. And when you got to Trumbull High School, did you get out of Jack's car?
We did.
And when you got out of Jack's car, where did you go?
We just went to a fence for the bathroom.
Okay. Oh, you walked away from the car?
Yeah.
And when you were walking away from the car, were there people that stayed at the car?
I'd imagine, yeah.
Were you with anybody when you walked away from the car?
Yeah, I don't remember who though.
Okay. How long would you say you were at Trumbull High School for?
Like 20 minutes, not that long.
After 20 minutes had come and gone, did you leave Trumbull High School?
We did.
Why did you leave Trumbull High School?
I guess Jack and Tyler were talking to these kids, and they were driving to their house.
So when you were leaving Trumbull High School, you were aware that the car was headed towards another house?
Yes.
Do you know what purpose that was for?
I did, yeah. They were having an issue with these other kids.
And when they were going to the house, do you know why they were going to the house?
To like go talk to them,
And do you know why they wanted to talk to them?
to settle like the dispute or the issue that had occurred prior.
At Lazy Brook?
Yeah.
So when you were headed over, did you in fact leave Trumbull High School and head over to that house?
Yes.
Do you recall whose house that was or where it was?
No, I was in the trunk.
You were in the trunk?
Yeah. So I didn't see any like where we were going or anything.
Could you, so it was dark out, you couldn't see where you were going?
Yeah.
So who was driving the car when you left Trumbull High School?
Jack Snyder,
Do you recall who was in the front passenger seat?
Howard De Silva.
And who was in the back seat?
Behind the driver was Lido, and Mackenzie was on his lap. And then it was Will in the middle and Keenan behind the passenger seat, and I was in the way back.
So you were in the way back, so in the way back of this exhibit here, you were seated in that trunk area. Okay. So, do you recall, let me show you States 49, do you recall if this is the house that you pulled up to after you left Trumbull High School?
Yeah.
And there's a States Exhibit 1 behind you. Do you recall how you arrived at that house? If the red mark is 43 Laurel Glen, do you recall how you came into the neighborhood?
Yeah.
Can you show us?
We went down the road and did like a U-turn and came back to be facing Farmhouse Lane.
Okay, and did you stop in front of the house? Where did you stop?
Well, we did the U-turn, then we stopped in front of the house.
Okay, can you show us on States 49 where you stopped? Can you describe it?
We stopped like right before the driveway starts,
Okay.
a little farther from the curb.
So would you have been on the right side of the road or the left side of the road? Looking at States 49.
Closer to the middle, I'd say.
So, and you said before the driveway, would it be on the lower portion of 49 or the upper portion?
The lower.
So you were somewhere, if I put my finger here, is this about where you recall stopping the car?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the record can reflect, Your Honor, on States 49, my finger is pointed to the middle of Laurel Glen, just to the left of where the trees are, from the house across the street from 43 Laurel Glen, just above the intersection of Adams and Laurel Glen.
Court will allow the record to reflect.
And when you stopped there, did you notice if anybody was outside at 43 Laurel Glen?
There was a few kids outside.
Few kids? Did you know any of those kids?
No.
At the time, did you know whose house this was?
No.
And when you stopped there, were you aware as to whether or not people from your car were communicating with people from that house through the group chat?
I knew they were texting, yeah.
And do you know the things that were being texted?
No.
Do you recall whether or not anybody indicated that you had arrived at the house?
I'm sure, yeah.
And at some point in time, did people come out of the house?
They were already out when we got there.
But did more people come out?
Yeah, they kept flowing in.
And when people came out of the house, tell us what happened when they came out of the house.
They just started talking with Jack and Tyler.
So they approached the car?
Yeah.
How many people approached the car, do you think, at that point?
Like 8, 9.
Okay. And Jack rolled down his window?
Yeah.
And they were talking with Jack?
Yeah. And Tyler.
And Tyler?
Yeah, they were all talking.
So on the other side of the vehicle also?
I'm not sure about that, but they were talking.
Or talking through the?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. How would you describe, not what was said, but how would you describe the conversation between Jack, Tyler, and the people outside the car?
It was pretty peaceful at first, just talking.
And at some point, did it become not peaceful?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Somebody said something, I don't know what, and then Jack said something back. Again, I don't remember exactly the words. And then people started like hitting the car, throwing stuff at the car, and like I was in the trunk, so I saw some kid jumping on the back of the car up and down, shaking it. And then Jack drove off, and they were still like throwing stuff at the car.
Okay. And when Jack drove off, where did he drive to?
Down the street near Farmhouse.
And when he got towards, so down towards Farmhouse, where, can you show us on States 1 where did he stop the car?
Yes.
Where did he stop the car? Show me.
Like a few houses down.
Okay. So if I can approach the witness, Your Honor, do a point to them. So can you point to where you believe the car stopped?
Like about here.
And when the car stopped there, what happened when the car stopped there?
At first, some like kids approached the car from the house, and they were talking with like with Tyler and Lido again, and I think we drove off more. and then everybody got out of the car, and we like looked around the car.
So you go down the street, you have 30, 44. You go down the street, do people get out of the car initially?
Yeah,
Who gets out of the car initially?
Tyler and Lita,
Okay, and then what happens?
and then they were talking with some kids again, and then we drive farther down the street, and then everybody gets out the car and looks at the car.
Okay, and I'm gonna show you, States 44, just play the, you know, play the. Those, do you remember this? Is this when people initially got out of the car?
Yeah.
The person that got out of the front passenger seat, do you know who that was?
No,
You don't know who that was?
I just can't tell. No.
You can't tell from the video, but who was sitting in the front passenger seat when you drove down
Tyler.
Tyler De
Yeah.
Silva? And when he got out of the car, do you recall what he did when he got out of the car?
No.
No. So, again, States 44, does this fairly depict what happened when you initially went down the road?
Yes.
And at some point in time, some kids come down the road? Tell us about what happens when the kids come down the road.
I don't know. I didn't see that.
You didn't see
I
that?
saw it, but I didn't like hear what was going on.
So you were still in the car when
Yes.
the car took off a little
Yeah.
bit further? At some point in time, did you get out of the car?
I did, yes.
When you got out of the car, were there still kids from the Shelton house down the street?
No.
So between the time you were in the car and the time you got out, did you observe any interactions that were going on between the Shelton kids and Tyler and the defendant?
No.
Okay. So you can't tell us if they were peaceful or argumentative?
No.
Can you tell us if there was any physical fight that happened down the street?
Not that I saw. No.
Do you recall whether or not seeing anybody from the Shelton kids from the time you were in front of 43 Laurel Glen to the time the car went down the street? Did any of them brandish any weapons?
No.
And when you got down the street, eventually everybody got out of the car?
Yes.
And they were inspecting the car?
Yes.
Tell me about that. What was going on when people were inspecting the car?
So we all get out the car. We look and see that there was some dents and stuff and scratches from how they were hitting it and throwing stuff. And then the defendant asked for a knife.
So tell me about that. When did that happen in relation to looking at the car?
That, like, right when he saw the car.
And how was the defendant reacting when he was inspecting the car?
Pretty upset.
How upset? Explain. Describe it to me.
He, like, was, like, yelling.
What was he yelling?
I don't remember the exact words.
Was he cursing?
I don't remember.
Did he act like he was peaceful?
No.
Did he act more upset than Jack and Tyler?
Yes, in the moment.
Based on the way the defendant was reacting, did it appear that how did it appear? Did he want to go and talk to those kids?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did the defendant say anything with regards to wanting to go back and talk to those kids?
Yeah.
What did he say?
I don't remember the exact words, but it was like, let's go back.
And did it appear that he was acting in an aggressive manner?
Yes.
How did he appear? How was he acting?
He was mad. He was, like, yelling and stuff. I don't remember the exact words that he was saying.
And at what point did he ask for the knife?
Right after we went out the car and inspected it, the damage.
Do you recall who he asked for the knife?
I think it was Jack.
And do you recall whether or not a knife was given to him or found?
No.
Did you ever see a knife that night?
No.
After the defendant asked for the knife, how long was this inspection and asking for the knife going on for?
A few minutes.
A few minutes? At some point in time after the defendant asks for the knife, what happens after that?
The defendant, Jack, and Tyler get back in the car and drive back down to the house.
And at this point in time, it's just the three of them in the car?
Yes.
So where are you, Will, Keenan, and Mackenzie?
We're still on the side of the curb by the other house I just pointed out.
So are you on the curb? So my point to states one here, this has been previously identified as 36 Laurel Glen. Are you on the side of the curb here somewhere? Or are you on this side of the road? Do you recall what side of the road you're on?
We're on this side of the road, like around here.
Okay. And you waited there?
Yes.
Why did you wait there?
Because I don't want to go back.
Why didn't you want to go back?
Because I don't want to get in a fight with these kids that I don't know.
So at some point in time, the car leaves.
Yes.
Do you hear what goes on down the other end of the street?
All I heard was some people screaming.
And how long do you think the car was down the other end of the street?
Not that long, like 5 minutes.
And when we're talking about the other end of the street, are we talking about going back towards 43 Laurel Glen? Or are we talking going the other way when you say go down the street?
They go back down to the house that we were at.
So, so this states 49, they go back to this house?
Yes.
Did you see the car stop in front of the house from where you were seated?
No.
How do you know that they were down there?
I assume so.
Okay. And they were down there for 5 minutes, you said? And you heard screaming?
Yes.
Now, when you were waiting down the other end near Farmhouse Road or down the other end of Laurel Glen, did you have a ride home at that point?
No.
Did you have an idea of how you were going to get home at that point?
No.
At some point in time, after 5 minutes passes, does the car return?
Yes.
And when the car returns, tell me about that. What happens?
The car returned and we didn't have a ride and we were about to get back in the car to leave. And I see Tyler all beat up and bloody. He could like barely form words. And at the same moment, she'd called her sister previously and her sister drove up and Mackenzie told us to get in her car.
So did you get in Mackenzie's car?
Yes.
And who else got in Mackenzie's car?
At first, only me and Keenan, and then Lito also got in the car.
And when Lito got in the car, did you have an opportunity to observe him?
Not really, no.
And on the ride home, who got dropped off first?
Me and Keenan.
And on the ride home, after you got dropped off, did you subsequently, were you made aware of what had happened down the street at some point in time?
A lot later, yeah.
And when you were made aware later of what had happened, did the police contact you?
Not right away, no. It was a few days after.
A few days after? And did you in fact go to speak to the police?
I did.
Do you remember if you spoke to them on more than one occasion?
I did.
And when you spoke to the police, did you tell them exactly what you told us here today?
I did.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Attorney Smith?
Good afternoon, Mr. Alphanis.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before.
We have not.
And we've never discussed this case before.
We have not.
Did you say that you are going to Clemson University
I am.
in South Carolina?
I am.
You were telling us about this evening, and I want to ask you a few questions about that, okay?
All right.
You started off the evening at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Correct.
And you were invited there by Austin Leifer.
Correct.
Did you see Austin there that night?
I did.
Did you see him ill, throwing up outside?
I did not.
When you saw him, did he appear to be ill?
He was drunk, yeah.
Okay. Anybody else appear to be drunk there that night?
I assume most people were drinking. I wouldn't say anybody was out of the ordinary.
Okay. He said people were drinking, having a good time. There was beer and some alcohol. You didn't have that much to drink yourself.
Did not.
But you had arranged to have a ride home because you didn't want to be drinking and driving. Is that fair to say?
Correct, yeah.
You never saw these other kids that arrived and that the fight went down
Never,
with?
no.
But you did see Mr. Snyder and Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva there, right?
I did.
You didn't see them fight with anybody there?
I did not.
And you were there for about an hour, you told us.
Correct.
And then Mama Lifer kicked everybody out.
She did.
And you told us you were driven there by Mickey?
Correct.
Is his name Mickey or Michael? Is Mickey a nickname?
Mickey, yeah.
And you were supposed to go straight to Keenan's, right?
After, yeah.
Because that's where you were going to spend the
That's
night,
where I
right?
was sleeping, correct.
And the plan was that you were going to stay at the 5 Lazy Book Road party, and that was going to last until the end of the night, and then at the end of the night you were going to go home to Keenan's.
Correct.
Okay. And so now you've been left in the lurch because the party has ended before it was supposed to, right?
Yes,
But you get a ride from Jack Snyder.
I do.
Okay? And you hop into that car with 6 other people, right? It's you, Jack, Tyler De Silva, Will Sinjwald, Raul Valle, Mackenzie Traficante, and Keenan Frasick, right?
Correct, yeah.
And as far as the positions in the car, you told us Jack Snyder was driving, Tyler De Silva was the front passenger.
Yes.
In the back seat on behind the driver was Raul Valle, correct?
Correct.
In his lap was Mackenzie Traficante, right?
Correct.
Beside him was Will Sinjwald, correct?
Correct.
And to the right, farthest, behind the passenger, close to the door, that was Keenan Frasick, right?
Yes,
And you got stuck in the back in the trunk, right?
I did.
Was there anything back there with you in the trunk, or was it just you?
It was some stuff. I don't remember what. It was like some bats.
Some bats.
Like for softball, I think he had a sister.
Okay. Did those stay in the car the whole time?
They did.
Because the night had ended earlier than expected, you guys went to Trumbull High School, right?
Correct.
In order to try and figure out if there was something else that you could do that night.
Yes.
And when you got there, there were some girls there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall that there was also another car there, a BMW, a white BMW with maybe 2 other guys in it?
Not really, no.
You don't recall that?
No. I just remember the one car.
I'm sorry?
The one car, because they were parked right next to us.
Parked right next to you. And when you got out of the car, you said you went to use the bathroom?
I did.
Were you, after you used the bathroom, you were there for another 20 minutes or so?
I'd say so, yeah.
Were you with Keenan the whole time?
Well, I was with everyone, not just Keenan.
Okay. You, Keenan, Will,
Lido, Jack, Tyler, Mackenzie.
all in a group together?
Yeah.
You don't recall splitting up and some people going one place, some people going another?
No.
Did you see Keenan drinking that night?
I don't remember him specifically drinking, but I knew he was just from, being at a party with him.
Okay. And it was Keenan who told you that Jack Snyder had offered the ride, right?
Yes.
Were you concerned at all getting in that car with Jack Snyder?
No.
Were you concerned getting in that car that Tyler De Silva and Raul Valle were in there?
No.
You said his nickname is Lido. Do you know what that nickname means?
No.
That's not a nickname that he had been given by you or other kids at the school?
No, that's what I was introduced to him as freshman year.
Gotcha. And you said while you were at Trumbull High School, you became aware of this group chat that was going on, right?
Yeah.
You weren't a part of that group chat?
No.
How did you become aware of the group chat?
Just from them talking about it.
When you say them talking about it, Jack Snyder?
Jack and Tyler, yeah.
Jack and Tyler. And you were in the back, in the trunk.
Correct.
So you could hear what Jack and Tyler were talking about up in the front of the car?
Parts and pieces, yeah. Not like, I knew they were talking in this group chat. I couldn't really get a grasp of exactly what they were talking about though.
Was this talking that you're describing, was this going on in the car, or was this while you were at Trumbull High School in the parking lot?
In the car at Trumbull High.
Okay. But when you were there at Trumbull High, you all got out of the car at some point?
I don't know if everyone got out. I got out.
You got out? Did you get out of the car, everybody stayed in the car, and then you came back to the vehicle?
It wasn't just me getting out the car.
Okay.
Multiple people got out the car. I just don't remember exactly who.
Okay. ultimately, you weren't able to find another place to go as far as you knew, right?
Yeah.
And did you think when you got back into the vehicle, ultimately to leave Trumbull High School, that you were going to go to Keenan Frasick's house at that point?
I don't remember.
At some point, though, you told us you became aware that, in fact, you were not going to Keenan Frasick's house, right?
Yeah.
And you thought that you were going to, Jack was driving this vehicle because Jack and Tyler were talking with these other kids and wanted to go talk to them to settle a dispute, right?
Yeah.
And so, how long did that drive take to get from Trumbull High School to where you've described the car ultimately stopping at Laurel Glen Drive?
Like 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Not for sure, though.
Any drinking going on in the car while that's happening?
I don't remember.
Loud music being played in the car?
I'd imagine, yeah.
You'd imagine or you remember it? I don't want you to imagine anything.
When we would drive, we'd have music on, so I don't know why it'd be any different.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not there was loud music being played?
Yeah.
Loud enough that you couldn't hear what was going on up in the front of the car?
Yeah, I wasn't talking to anyone.
Okay, you were just sitting in the back?
Yeah.
Did you see the vehicle being followed by a white BMW?
I don't remember that now.
And then I think you described on Exhibit 1 there, if you look behind you, can you see Exhibit 1?
I can.
Okay, and the vehicle came down Adams Drive and went up to the end of the cul-de-sac and turned around?
That's not how I remember it. I remember
How do you-
driving down past the house on Laurel Glen and then doing a U-turn.
Okay, can you use the pointer there and show us what you recall?
I think that we went down here and did like a U-turn around here, and it came back down that way.
Okay, and ultimately the car came to a stop initially in front of Tyler Rich's house, 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes.
And you said when the car came to a stop, or let's back up just a second. As you drove by the first time before taking the U-turn, did you look into the yard of 43 Laurel Glen?
I did.
And you could already see people out there, right?
Yeah.
Did it seem like they were waiting and expecting you to come?
Yeah. They knew we were coming.
They knew you were coming.
Uh-huh.
How many people did you see?
That's speculative. Has to be
Sustained.
stricken.
Sustained. I'm going to strike the response to the question that was asked by the attorney, that they knew that they were coming. Okay, so please strike that from the evidence. Thank you.
You could see the people in the yard?
I could.
From their demeanor, did they appear to be surprised to you that the car was there?
No.
And how many people did you see in the yard?
Like 8 or 9.
Could it have been more?
It could have, yeah. People kept flowing in afterwards, too, so more people came out after we got there.
Did the crowd quickly grow?
Yeah.
And how many people ultimately would you say were there?
I couldn't give you like a number, but it was more than 8 or 9 at the end.
Okay. And they started to swarm the car, right?
Initially, not aggressively. They just came up to the car to talk.
Okay, that was the initial 8 or 9 or more than that?
The initial, like 8 or 9.
And when they came up to the car to talk, they came up as a group?
They did, yeah.
And were they all on one side of the car or did they surround the car?
I think it was surrounded, yeah.
Okay. And where was your attention focused at that point?
I was looking like towards the house through like the little window in the back.
All right. So not through the very rear window you're saying, but through a side window that was looking at the house?
Yeah.
Okay. And as you were watching that, you saw this initial group approach the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And you were watching and you could see more people coming behind, correct?
Yes.
And those people were also coming at the car, correct?
Yes.
And you said that some of those people started talking with Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva, right?
Correct.
Do you know who those people were?
No, never met him.
Okay, these people were all strangers to you that were at the 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
Yeah, all of them.
And you described that the conversation was peaceful at first.
It was.
Could you hear what was being said?
Not really, no, but I know it was in an aggressive manner.
Were the windows in the vehicle up or down?
Jack's was definitely down. I don't know about the rest.
Did any of the people in the back seat just in front of you, did any of them get out of the car?
No, not
Were-
in the beginning, when we drove down afterwards.
Okay, let's focus on where we are right now, just in front of the house,
All
okay?
right.
None of them got out of the vehicle at that
No-
point?
Nobody, no.
Okay. And you described that eventually the conversation was peaceful at first, but then it became less peaceful, shall we say?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was because the folks that came out of 43 Laurel Glen said something, you're not sure what,
I'm not.
and then Jack said something back, you said.
Yeah.
Do you know what Jack said back?
No.
Was Tyler saying anything back?
At that point, they both started talking back and forth more aggressively with the people outside. I don't remember exact words.
Was Mr. Valley talking with anybody outside the car?
Not really, no.
Will Sinjwald talking with anybody outside the car?
No.
Keenan Prasic talking to anybody
No.
outside the car? At this point, were there people on all sides of the vehicle?
Yeah.
And people started hitting the car?
Yes.
People started throwing stuff at the car?
Yes.
Could you hear things shatter or smash?
Yes.
You saw a kid on the back of the car.
Yes, jumping up and down.
He was just on the other side of where you were seated in the trunk?
Yeah.
Just one kid, a few kids?
Just one.
Okay. How long did that go on for?
Like a minute, and then Jack drove off.
How did you feel back there?
Wasn't a fun experience.
You're scared,
Yeah.
terrified.
Sure.
And eventually the car drove off, you told us.
It did.
And that vehicle is this vehicle that we see here in State's Exhibit 30, right?
Correct.
And when you got in the vehicle that night, it did not have this defect on the front windshield, did it?
It did not.
Did you ever see anybody reach into the driver's side window?
I did not.
Did you ever see anybody lean in their upper half of their body into the driver's side window and struggle with Jack Snyder?
I did not know.
Are you certain that people were surrounding the car and jumping on it?
Yes.
The car drove off and stopped. I think you've described it as being just a little bit before 36 Laurel Glen Drive there. Can you point it out to us? Do you have the pointer there?
Like right here.
In that area, okay. And that's what we saw on the video that was played for you, Exhibit 44?
Yes.
And there were 3 people that we saw get out of the vehicle at that point, right?
I thought it was just 2, but
Did you see one person get out and walk ahead of the vehicle and then 2 people remain behind the vehicle, sort of?
I saw 2 people for sure. I don't remember a third now.
Okay. There were only 7 of you in the car, though, right?
Correct, yeah.
You didn't pick anybody else up at any other point?
No.
None of the folks from Trumbull High School got in your car and rode with you?
No.
Okay. And when those people got out, you were still in the trunk area?
Correct.
And you saw on the video that people came chasing down the street, right?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing them do that while you were in the car?
Yes.
And do you recall things being thrown at the vehicle while that happened?
Yes.
Could you hear what was being shouted from inside the car?
No.
And when that car got out, and we saw that on the video in 44, you think that was Tyler DeSilva and Raul Valle who got out of the vehicle?
Correct.
Do you think there was another person who also got out of the vehicle?
I only remember 2 people getting out.
Okay. Those people got out, and then the car continued on down the road, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when that vehicle stopped there where you've showed us before, and those people got out, can you point to that again for us?
Like right here.
Okay. And then the car, you remained in the vehicle, and it drove forward.
Correct.
It came to a stop again.
It did.
Can you show us where it came to a stop again?
Probably like around here. Not that far down.
Not that far down, but in front of that house there?
Yeah.
And then you've described yourself as getting out of the car at that point.
Yes.
You went and sat where?
By the curb, like along this curb here.
Close on the side of that house again?
Yes, on this side of the, not this side.
And where did the vehicle stop at that point?
Same spot. Like
Same spot?
Yeah.
In front of that house?
Correct.
But we don't see it on that video when it does that.
What do you mean?
That you just watched, Exhibit 44, the video where the people get out of the vehicle?
Yes.
And we didn't see that vehicle come to a stop and you get out. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I did not get out then.
Those folks that had chased the car, did they continue to follow it as it went down the road with you still in it?
No.
Where did they go?
They went back to the house.
Okay. They didn't ever come down and talk to any of the people that were down there?
No. They, like I said, they came up to talk to Tyler and Lito. They did not come back when I got out the car, though. They were nowhere near me.
Okay. So when you're sitting on the curb and the vehicle is stopped by the intersection of Farmhouse Lane and Laurel Glen Drive, you're sitting over there with Keenan Frasick, Will Sinjwald, and Mackenzie Traficante.
Correct.
And the four of you are sitting close together, right?
Yes.
How far away was the vehicle from you at that point?
A few steps.
Just a few steps?
Yeah, not far at all.
It didn't move from that position?
No.
And this conversation that you've described as being had between the Shelton High kids and Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva, that had already occurred at that point before you got out of the vehicle yourself?
Yeah.
And you say that those kids all went back to the house. You didn't see them anymore?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva, at least, and maybe one other person that we saw in the video who you're not sure it is, they had already gotten out of the car before you got out of the car.
Correct.
And before Mackenzie and before Will and before Keenan got out of the car, correct?
Yes.
But Jack was still driving the vehicle at that point.
Yeah.
So Jack drove up and parked the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And then Mr. Valle and Mr. Silva came walking down to the vehicle?
Yeah.
And you could see all of these people?
Mm-hmm.
Which way was the vehicle facing at that point?
Still facing down this way, like it was facing that way.
It was facing towards Farmhouse Lane.
Yeah.
You were looking at the rear of the vehicle where you had previously been sitting.
Yeah.
How did you get out of the vehicle? Through the rear hatch, or did you climb over the seat?
I climbed over.
And you said that you saw Mr. De Silva, Mr. Snyder, and Mr. Valle inspecting the car.
We all were, not just them. Like me, Keenan, and Will too.
So you got up off of the curb and went over to look at the car?
Yeah.
Okay. So now you are not just sitting on the curb with Mr. Frasick and Ms. Traficante and Mr. Sinjwald. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
You actually got up and went over to the car with those two folks.
Yeah, and we checked it out.
Okay. And you saw some dents and some scratches.
Yeah.
And you claim you heard Mr. Valle ask for a knife.
He did, yeah.
Where were you standing when that happened?
Near the rear of the car.
Near the rear of the car. Where was Mr. Valle when that happened?
Also, like, in the same area.
Near the rear of the car.
Yeah.
Where was Mr. Frasick when that happened?
Next to me.
Next to you.
Yeah.
And where was Mr. Sinjwald?
Also next to me.
Okay. And then you saw Mr. Valle go tearing through the glove box, right?
I never saw that now.
You saw him go tearing through the console, right?
I never saw that now.
You didn't see Mr. Valle go tearing through the glove box in the console?
I did
Objection.
not.
Looking for a knife?
Sustained.
Mr. Frasick was right beside you?
Correct.
And you said Mr. Valle was more upset than Jack.
Yeah.
Had you seen at any point in that evening Mr. Snyder with a knife?
I did not know.
And you can't remember Mr. Valle's exact words, but you said he was mad and he was yelling.
Yeah.
What was Mr. Snyder doing?
He was also very upset that his car had dents and scratches on it.
And what was Mr. De Silva doing?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
You didn't see a knife at any point?
No.
And you said you were down there for a few minutes.
Yeah.
Did you go back and sit on the curb?
Yeah.
How soon after you claimed to have heard Mr. Valley ask for the knife did you go sit on the curb?
After he asked, they went back and I sat there to wait.
And so you're sitting on the side of the curb when you see Mr. De Silva, Mr. Snyder, and Mr. Valley get back into the vehicle.
Correct, yeah.
It's still facing down towards Farmhouse Lane at that point.
Yeah,
Mr. Snyder got in the driver's side.
correct.
Mr. De Silva got in the front passenger side.
I don't remember where he was sat at that point.
Do you remember where Mr. Valley got into the car?
No.
And did Mr. Frasick go back and sit down on the curb with you at that point?
Yeah.
So Mr. Frasick wasn't sitting on the curb the entire time. He came with you to where the car was to inspect it, and then he went back and he sat down on the curb.
We were all like around the car, yes, then we sat down.
And you said you couldn't see where the car went, but it headed off in the direction of 43 Laurel Glen.
Yeah, yeah.
And that eventually the car returned, and you could see that Mr. De Silva was all beat up, right?
Correct, yeah.
He was bloody.
Yes.
And you said he could barely form words.
Yeah.
Could you see injuries to his body or his face?
His face was definitely swollen.
Any other injuries that you could see that were apparent?
No.
But just blood?
Yeah.
And you also told officers on May 16th that you could see a cut on Mr. Valley's head, correct?
I don't remember saying that now.
Do you recall in Madison's car seeing a cut on Mr. Valley's head?
I don't know.
You don't recall that?
I do not know.
You don't deny that you said that, you just don't recall it.
Yeah, right now I don't recall a cut on his face.
And you've told us here that you heard Lito asking if there was a knife. Do you recall telling officers when you were interviewed that you think somebody was asking for it? You think that was Lito?
No.
You're certain that that was him?
Yeah, for sure.
Then you told us that Mr. Valley got in the car with you into Madison Traficante's car, right?
Yeah.
And where was Mr. Valley sitting?
Behind the passenger seat,
And where were you sitting?
behind the driver's seat.
Okay, so you were sitting on opposite sides of the vehicle.
Correct.
And who was sitting in between you, if anyone?
Keenan
And where was Mackenzie?
in the passenger seat.
Okay. So in the back seat, it's you, Keenan, and then Mr. Valley.
Correct.
Did you get a good view of Mr. Valley?
Not really, it was dark.
Okay. Could you see when he got into the car whether or not he had any injuries?
No, he looked fine to me.
He looked fine to you.
Yeah.
Didn't appear to be bleeding.
No.
Didn't appear to be maybe not as battered as Mr. De Silva.
He was not. He was not like Tyler at all.
And on the way home, was it quiet in the car?
Yeah.
Nobody was talking?
Keenan just asked Lito what happened, and that's a.
Mr. Valley didn't respond?
He said.
Objection, calls for hearsay.
What the defendant said?
Yes, self-serving.
It's a statement of a party opponent, counsel.
What the
What
defendant
Mr.
said?
Valley said?
Beg your pardon, Your Honor?
What Mr. Valley said?
What the defendant said?
What the defendant said?
Yes.
Oh. So it's self-serving at this point.
Right.
So I'm going to sustain the objection. Thank you.
So you heard talking in the car.
Yeah.
You never saw a knife that evening, correct?
I did not know.
But you claim that you heard Mr. Valle asking for a knife.
Yes,
And who was he asking for a knife?
Jack.
Did you see Jack Snyder with a knife?
I did not.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Any redraft?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, you'll do next at the witness stand. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to be adjourning in just a moment. Again, I'm going to remind you to abide by the rules of juror conduct that I've repeatedly gone through with you and described to you at the beginning of the trial and at the end of our first day of evidence. I just want to let you know that tomorrow we intend to have a half day of evidence, so you will come at your normal time, and we would be adjourning by 1 o'clock tomorrow, okay? Most likely before then, but by 1. So that would allow you to at least take a look at your schedules, and I told you I would continue to keep you apprised of any changes in our schedule. So there you have it, half day evidence tomorrow. Have a good night. We'll see you back tomorrow morning. Thank you. Court stands